bunch of statistics up there, a bunch of graphs up there, and then you guys are going to wait for the next speaker to talk, right? I really want you guys to think of data as a more simplistic idea, right? I want you to think of it as pockets of information. When you do an interview for your next hire on your team, that's data that you're collecting. That's information you're collecting. When you guys are in a boardroom and you're looking at your P&L, that's data, right? We're not talking about super advanced. There's some extremely intelligent people at this conference today that do AI, data aggregation, that do data modeling. You know, they're looking at data anomalies. We're not talking about that. We're looking at a more simplistic form of data. And from that, we look at the evolution of a business as it goes to several stages of the business. And during those evolutions, your mentality of how you make decisions change. The psychology of that information change. And at the end of the day, what you want out of this discussion is you want to turn data into answers. Instead of looking at just pockets of information, if you see answers out of them, answers that make better decisions for your business long term, then you've won, right? Then you've really started to understand where you're at and what stage of your business. So, striving for business transcendence. Cool word. I think I kind of understand what it means. But the point of it is, when we start to look at psychology, right? When we look further back in the 20th century, there's a gentleman named Abraham Maslow, and it's very difficult to talk about how humans have motivations and choices they make without bringing up Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So raise your hand if anybody still remembers Psychology 101 and still remembers the pyramid of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I'm seeing a few hands, so I'm proud of you guys. So it took me a while to actually go back and review some of these to make sure I had the steps right. We're going to very quickly go through these because I want to show you guys how this actually applies to the business sector as well, right? One caveat to keep in mind as we continue this conversation. This pyramid does not mean that there's one thing that's more important than the next. It's more of a foundational stepping stone. It's also larger at the bottom and smaller at the top because fewer people ever actually get to the very top of self-actualization. Okay, so the first step of this is physiological needs. Those are things such as air, water, food, reproduction. Those are things you have to have just to survive, right? After you master that, or at least you're able to be comfortable, you move on to the safety stage. The safety stage is your personal security. Even within society, do I feel like the government's protecting me, right? And you know, am I secure? Do I have a job? Can I start to save money from the job that I have? Once we get past those first two phases, we now get into kind of more ephemeral ideas. We're now talking about love and belonging. Do I belong to society? Do I have a purpose? Is there a counterpart in this world? Have I found my soulmate, right? And then once you get through that and you start having a little bit more familiarity with that, then you have the esteem stage. The esteem is, as you would think, self-esteem, recognition, freedom, strength. And at the very top is a real big word, self-actualization. But all self-actualization means is, am I at a point where I can realize my true potential? Okay? It's not going to be a test at the end. You guys don't have to write any of this down, right? So, all right, so let's talk about business perspective. I like to build up something called the business hierarchy of needs. And it's very similar to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, except we're applying it on a business entity level rather than an individual level. At the very bottom of a business hierarchy of needs is survivability, right? Survivability, what does that mean? Do I have any core products and services that anybody wants? Do I have money to start this thing? Or more importantly, do I have somebody that will give me money to start this thing, right? Do I have office space? Do I have a team? Do I have coffee, right? Once you get to that point, you move up to the next step, which is sustainability. Now you're starting to feel pretty good, right? You've made payroll a couple weeks in a row. You're starting to offer people employee benefits. Now you're at a sustainability stage. You're not necessarily afraid on whether or not your next day's revenue check is going to come in anymore. So once you get to that stabilization phase, now you start to think cultural ethos, right? It's a big buzzword in the last 10, 15 years, this idea of culture, building culture, right? Businesses love throwing that in your face, all these values, all these mission statements, all these culture. But how many of them actually abide by it? How many of the employees know the culture that they speak of on these advertisements, right? Cultural ethos. Your team feels a sense of inclusion. Your brand feels that it's part of the fabric of that market. Now we're getting into some really crazy words. Okay. I had to look these up. These are like old SAT words. Ubiquitous is the next stage up. This is a very interesting stage because at this point in your business, you are dealing with the fact that your business's competitors don't actually matter that much anymore, right? And the next slide, I'm going to go over a couple examples on each of these stages just so we can kind of have something for food for thought, right? So you've starting to become a household name. What you do in the market is really irrelevant to what your competitor is doing, which sounds kind of strange, but there are examples of that exist today, right? And then the final really self-actualization of business is transcendence. Transcendence is the concept that stands the test of time. This is a generational company. This is a generational brand, right? It almost feels like it's a societal necessity. And I even on the next slide, when I started thinking of examples of companies that are transcendent, it's still very difficult because you look at a lot of companies, right? Sears today has, I think, like maybe 12 or 13 stores left open. You look at like Barnum and Bailey Circus, right? They were around in like the 1884, and they went out of business in 2017, right? So you may think a company's transcendent, but if they don't continue to evolve with the changing times, it doesn't matter. So let's look at some examples of this. So survivability, what I like to consider these are, we actually had a donut shop around our house that just opened up recently, right? But donuts aren't bad. The funny thing is the name of the place is called Donuts, right? They don't care about brands. They want their local neighborhood just to come in. There's about 200 people in that area. That's all they want their business from. There's nothing wrong with that, but they're in a survivability mode. Sustainability to me is kind of like the next rung up, which is you have all these regional car dealerships, right? It's a car dealership that's not like a large brand across the country like a Penske Automotive Group or anything like that. But maybe they have 2 or 3 locations in your city, right? Again, not a whole lot of brand awareness. There's the localization of brand awareness. But the reality is if they went out of business and somebody came in and started selling the same trucks or the same cars, would anybody really notice? Probably not, right? Now we start moving up the ladder, and this is where it starts to get interesting, right? And this is where we had some debates about some proper examples of this. Cultural ethos. I don't know how many of you guys have seen this. The next time you do, go on YouTube and look at a lot of the things that come out about Southwest Airlines, and it's actually quite remarkable, right? Their business model is they actually put their employees before the client, and they mean that, and their employees show that. And I think you guys can tell because it's such a strange business model compared to all the other airlines out there where you pick your own seat and you kind of line up and stuff like that. There's not really a whole lot of caste systems that we're dealing with in other airplanes, but yet it works because of the customer service level. And that customer service level is because the employees are first. So to me, when I think of cultural ethos, I immediately think of Southwest Airlines. Then you think of ubiquitous. Okay, so this is a tough one. This is a hard stage because at this point, you've almost replaced yourself and you've become like your own verb, right? Think of Google. Whenever you want to say, hey, can you look something up for me? Can you Google it, right? Nobody says, can you Bing it, right? Nobody cares. Nobody even knows what that is, right? Like as many times as other people are going to try to force other browsers and other search engines, we Google stuff. We don't even know what Google really means, but we know it means search for stuff. Right? Search online. So that has become ubiquitous at this point. And then we start talking about transcendence. This one's hard. I'm not even quite sure Apple is completely at this stage, but Apple no longer sells products and services, ladies and gentlemen. They sell brand, right? They sell a lifestyle, right? It's similar to luxury brands and cars and watches or whatever you want to have it. It's something that, for the most part, is probably not a necessity, but in our minds, we view it as a necessity to the point where sometimes we'll go into debt just to get it. Apple probably not quite that far, but those are kind of the examples of when you're talking about a company that's probably going to stand the test of time and has withstood so many different leaderships, right? So now that we get to that part, let's talk about the role of data analytics in business. So the reason this is important is as you go through each stage, if your business right now is in a survivability stage or it's in a sustainability stage, you're going to be collecting different data, and you're going to be interpreting that data differently, right? When you first start your donut shop, you're not going to have a mission statement. You don't even know what that is, right? So what I want to do is go over some key examples of what we're talking about with each one of these stages. So when we're talking about survivability, probably the overarching question you want to ask yourself is, do I have the resources to start this thing off, right? When do I need to add my first employee? How do I get funding when I run out of money, right? These are questions you need to be answering. And this is the data that you're answering yourself. This is the data you need to go out and collect, right? And when we say data collection, again, we're not talking about tens and thousands of lines of data. It could be something as simple as Googling all the different interest rates that you'd have to deal with on a personal loan right now, especially with the Fed constantly increasing the interest rate these days, right? Be prepared for that. What if after 6 months you actually do survive and you need more money and you don't have it and you can't ask more investors, you have to borrow it? How much interest rate are we dealing with? Once you tack on that 10, 15% interest rate, do you still have the funds to make it work, right? Am I charging enough for my products? That's actually a much harder question to answer than you think, right? Look at comparables. Does it make any sense anymore? I mean, it's funny. My business partner, Crossy, who also is a co-founder of Finite Business Solutions with me, she's also a real estate agent, right? And we've had conversations for years about this standard 3% commission thing, right? And we don't really know where that came from. At least I don't. I'm much smarter people in this room could probably answer that question for me. But it felt like over time it just became a thing, right? Here's 6%, here's 3%, here's 3%. Total 6%, that's the cost of selling your house. But no one ever really took the time to look at the math of why we do that, right? So it's important for us to understand why we charge what we do. And it needs to be just much more than, well, I'm going to charge this, somebody's going to pay this, and I got some stuff left over, right? So that's survivability. We get to sustainability. Now we're starting to get kind of smart. Now we're starting to get a little bit more advanced. Now we're talking about, does my plan, like, do I have a plan for making critical business decisions, right? Is my company's performance tied to seasonality? So when you're looking at your P&L and you're noticing that in March and August, you're not making as much money, don't just chalk that up as seasonality. Figure out why, right? Look at more in depth in the data. What are the different things you're doing in your business that is not that great in May or in August? It couldn't be a coincidence, right? How much should I pay my middle leadership team, right? The backbone of your leadership team is usually the folks that have to deal with higher level executives, but at the same time have people they oversee. Does their pay rate make any sense? How do I build a fence around all the talent that I have in my company, right? What happens if my company loses 2 of our top 5 clients? How do we pivot? Know the impacts of things like that. That's the data analysis we're looking at. You don't have to be fancy. You don't have to go out and get a senior data analyst that gets paid 6 figures a year. These are things we need to know when we're looking at key performance indicators, KPIs for your own business. And it doesn't matter how large or small your business is. These are fabric questions that you need to start thinking about now, because the worst thing that's going to happen is continue to be around and growing. Cultural ethos. Is this the right team, right? What are the main reasons my employees quit? Make sure you're getting exit interviews. Force people to get exit interviews as best as you can. I know it's a hard situation because most people just want to leave at that point, right? But you got to know why, right? That's data. Does my team participate in offsite voluntary events, right? When I throw the holiday party in a year, if only 40% of the people are showing up, is it because I picked the wrong date, or is it because nobody there likes each other? It's kind of an important thing to think about, right? Do our folks train their own colleagues? Look at training manuals. That's collecting data. Is it a congruent training manual? Is it too robotic? Are we taking into account that people learn differently? Some people are visual learners. Some people need repetition. And are our leaders in our own companies doing those things, taking the time to do those things? Or is it, you're going to shadow me for 2 weeks and then good luck, right? That's cultural ethos. That goes well beyond just pay in the corner office. All right, ubiquitous. Are we the best in class, right? Or do we at least have the market share? I forgot what movie I saw this from once, but basically they said you either need to be first or you need to be the best, right? Well, that's complicated. It's hard because there's like probably 2 companies in every sector that has that claim, right? But how are we perceived? And does anybody in here know what a net promoter score is? Few of you guys, right? So when you're collecting data, you want to know analysis from your clients on how they view you. And also what a net promoter score does is if you ask your clients today, would they promote you to new clients, right? Those are very important things to understand. Even if a client stays with you for a very long time, they may not be the biggest champion of your product. For whatever reason, maybe change is hard and they don't want to change, right? So know what other people perceive you. I mean, honestly, that's to me, that's probably the pillars of psychology itself. Spatial awareness individually, knowing how others perceive you, even just walking around the casino floor, right? Like just being able to understand. I'm not saying you should care about every single detail of what people think about you, but you should have a pretty decent idea of how you're perceived to others, right? What's your value? What's your proposition? You can't be a ubiquitous, you can't Google it if you don't have a purpose or a value of what your company's doing. And finally, transcendence. At this stage, you are the front of the pack, right? You are the alpha dog. How do we lead from the front? Which means now you're thinking of questions of what are we doing in the next decade, right? How do we maintain what differentiates us from everybody else in the market? And it's something that they can replicate. Can others duplicate what we do? That's how you stay in the transcendent phase. If any of us are ever fortunate enough to ever be in that spot, right? So we've talked about the psychology, the motivating factors of why businesses do what they do, and the evolution as you go up through all these various stages. We've talked about examples of different data points, little pockets of information that you're trying to gather, just so you can kind of move from one stage to the next, right? To really evolve as a business. Well, one of the things I do want to address is the dangers of inaccurate data conclusions, right? That's a mouthful. But at the end of the day, it's very simple. There's a ton of different fallacies. They're called data fallacies out there. That as you analyze and you collect all this data, you collect all this information, right? You've gone crazy. You guys get excited. You go home. You tell your entire staff, we're going to start doing a bunch of surveys. We're going to start collecting a bunch of stuff, and then nobody's going to get any work done, right? We have to make proper decisions on what you're doing at that point. So there's 3 very common data fallacies out of dozens of data fallacies. Keep in mind, fallacies by definition come from back when in the day where, remember anybody used to diagram sentences and figure out what the verb is and everything? And then we went into logic games of if A, then B, if not, then so forth, right? There's 3 common data fallacies I see all the time as I do consulting and as I work with even our internal teams and our external clients. The first one, gambler's fallacy. I had to throw this one in there just because we're in Las Vegas, right? So the gambler's fallacy is very simple. It's the belief that if something happens more frequently now, it will happen less frequently later, right? And I put up a case in point and a little bit of a tip here, so you guys are welcome later tonight when you guys go play roulette, right? The screen that shows you the last few rolls in roulette is the biggest scam mathematically when it comes to roulette, right? They love showing you, oh my God, it's been 10 red rolls in a row. That means it's got to be black, right? That's incorrect. Probability is probability. If I flip a coin, it's 50-50, right? Even if it goes up heads 5 times, it doesn't mean it's going to be more likely to be tails. It's still 50-50 heads or tails. So take that as food for thought the next time you guys start gambling. Cherry picking data. Cherry picking data is the idea of selecting results or data information that is specific to you and only helps you out, right? While ignoring other stuff. This was a very interesting case, and I remember this back in 2007. Colgate was running these crazy commercials. I think you guys saw them all over the billboards and also on TV. And they said that 4 out of dentists recommend Colgate. Well, that sounds really impressive, right? 80% of dentists like Colgate. What they failed to tell you was that when they surveyed all these dentists, the dentists were allowed to name as many different brands as they wanted to. So maybe 80% is great, but what if they were like the bottom 5 and everybody else was recommending 100 or 95%, right? So when you're looking at your data and you're trying to figure out your next business moves, think about things like that, right? And then probably the worst one, especially if you ever follow politics, if you ever try to look at a presidential debate, is false causality. This is a Such a common thing. And honestly, us humans, we all make that same mistake as well, right? It's the idea that if you have two separate variables and they correlate, that implies some kind of causation to it, right? So an example of that would be I went out, I have a restaurant, I bought a new plant last week, and then a bunch of people came in over the weekend. So now I can safely make the assumption every time I buy a new plant, I get more people coming in the restaurant. Well, if you put it in that context, that's pretty silly, right? Well, it's funny because in psychology, one of the first examples of fallacies that we learned was this weird survey they did back in, I believe it's the 70s or 80s, where there was a higher crime and death rate when people were eating more ice cream. Well, obviously, there's no correlation between, violence and ice cream. At least I don't think there is, right? But that was an example to show you guys just because two things correlate for whatever reason that they correlate does not necessarily mean that it has a cause and effect relationship at all with them. So, how do we mitigate data fallacies? Well, there's four basic things you can do, right? One of the things you want to do is when you're looking at, let's say your P&L, and you're noticing there's outliers, there's something that doesn't tell the story correctly. Just like if you're playing poker and you're trying to figure out if someone's lying to you or not, right? If the story doesn't make sense, there's probably a reason why it doesn't make sense. Don't just naturally assume that, man, you killed it in March, that just leave the P&L alone. Maybe you double accrued that month, right? So that's one of the things you want to do is always research any kind of data outliers. Know the difference between correlations, right? We just talked about false causality. Be mindful if your data sample is too small. That's one of the biggest things that we have a problem with data. Data over time, just like probability in math, over a large sample size, it's accurate. Over a small sample size, it is not. Make sure you're sampling enough data. And create clear goals and objectives before collecting and analyzing your data. The last thing I want to touch on is the psychological soul of data, right? As we're winding down this conversation, I want you guys to take a minute to just kind of breathe. Think of all the concepts that we've gone over today. And also have the harsh truth, which is most of us will spend a lifetime oscillating between survivability and sustainability in a company, right? It's really awesome to stand up here and say we're all going to run transcendent companies. We're all going to run companies that have ubiquitous brands, but it's just not realistic. But it doesn't mean that as we operate, we don't look at core values of mission statements, of principles, of cultural ethos. Those are still permanently ingrained in how we do everything. Henry Ford once said, "A business that makes nothing but money is a poor business." And I wholeheartedly believe that. In psychology, you deal with this comparative analysis thing, and it's probably one of the darkest parts of our human nature. It's this concept that we don't know what we are, but we know what we're not, right? I don't know if I'm doing well financially. I know I'm richer than my cousin. I know I'm better off than someone else. I don't know if my house is big enough for me, but I know it's smaller than someone else's house, right? And the business sector, that's where you find all the greed and filth in every market in the same sense as well. So as we go through this journey, the only thing I ask you guys is to try to build something sustainable, something with an identity, and something with a business soul, and to keep that business soul intact. Thank you.
Of success through the more of real estate and financial services requires not just skill and knowledge, but also the guidance of seasoned mentors. Our next session caters to exactly that. And we're going to bring forth a panel of esteemed experts for a panel discussion on the topic, showing the way forward, why we need more mentors in the real estate and financial seeking firms. Okay? So I want you to please put your hands together for our moderator, Miss Megan Elizabeth Blum. Are you here? There she is. It's our moderator. She is the agent development director at Flux Real Estate, along with our panelists, Miss Maya Madcore, who's a professional speaker. We have Mr. Leon Burks Jr., who is the CEO and co-founder of LP Ventures Group. Also, Jessica Atkinson, who is the founder and CEO of WILB Effect. Parag Nivatisha, which is the CEO of Easy Funding Solutions, and Jean Trowbridge, the founding partner of Trowbridge Niche LLP, who will share their expertise on the subject.
I almost don't even need it. Just right. Kidding. Oh, there we are. Perfect. Good morning. How are we? Day one. Everyone party hard last night? Yeah, right. Oh my goodness. Cool. Well, we are so excited to get to talk to you all about mentoring and mentorship and kind of what that means for us in our industries and our business. Just to get things started, we're just going to do some quick introductions. So we're going to start right here with Maya Madcore.
Thank you so much. So my name is Maya Matkour. I'm a professional speaker. My purpose in life is to motivate and inspire through speaking, writing, and podcasting. I'll keep it brief.
Next is Leon Burks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Leon Burks. I am the CEO and co-founder of LP Venture Group. So basically what we're doing with roll-up acquisitions, we find a group of like-minded companies, put them together and package them for private equity firms to purchase. So that's what.
Hello, everybody.
Jessica Atkinson.
Hello, hello. Yes, hello. Jessica Atkinson, CEO of the Will Be Effect. Definitely excited to be here. Just to tell you a little bit about the company, it's WILB, which stands for Woman, Immigrant, Lesbian, Black. So it's about I will be unstoppable. I will be mentored. I will be advocated for. And what we do is we offer project management consulting, and we have a model designed for return on investment so you can see the add value of your project management teams, along with identifying and helping companies that are interested in pursuing mental health for their people leaders, in a sense that how we create mental health workplaces every day. My background is simply 20 years in the financial sector, and really excited to have this conversation about mentoring.
Parag Nevatia.
Thank you. Hello? Not on.
Uh-oh. Do you want to use
Number 5, not on.
You can use mine.
All right, guys.
Ooh. There he is.
I love to sing, by the way. So, Parag Nevatia from Easy Funding Solutions. I own the company from New Jersey. Basically been a banker for 20 years in commercial lending. 10 years ago, I left the corporate world to basically show people how to become bankable. There are 7 different ways we make businesses bankable in the company. Not just getting financing, but also making a business plan that's viable, that makes sense. Business sustainability. How do you actually remain profitable to build equity in the business? So when you exit, your paycheck is what you think it should be, and so on and so forth. So very excited to be here. This is my third visit at the conference. So we're excited for the next 3 days to meet everybody. Thank you.
And Eugene Trowbridge.
Hi, I'm Gene Trowbridge. I'm a securities attorney. I've been in the real estate securities business for 50 years and presently have a firm that helps people combine equity to go out and buy real estate primarily.
Yeah, perfect. And just as a reminder, I'm Megan Blum. I'm the Agent Development Director at Flux Real Estate. We are a small boutique brokerage based out of Seattle. So I have a team that I manage and mentor and coach. I also work with a youth women's development program and kind of help them prepare themselves for post public school, post private school into their kind of graduate or career things, and we kind of work with them on interview skills and things like that. So again, continuing mentorship by giving back as well. So as to get things started, I think it's important to define what a mentor actually is, because I think that we all look at it differently, right? What is a mentor to you as an individual? What is it in our industry? So I think, panel, we want to start with just defining to you what the mentor is in your industry and for yourself.
Absolutely, that's a great question. So I actually, in preparation for this panel, watched like countless TED Talks on mentorship and where the word mentor comes from. It's actually a Greek term, and it refers to an individual that's called mentor, and that person apparently used to mentor people, but it was the Greek goddess Athena that was sort of where mentor got all his knowledge from, which is kind of interesting and ironic at the same time. So mentorship is all about finding someone with more experience, not necessarily older, just more experience and expertise in a specific area that you want to learn and grow in. And to me, mentorship is absolute magic. It's pure magic. It's the difference between light and darkness. So as we start to navigate our lives and as we start to level up and achieve our full potential and leave our undeniable mark on the world, you need mentors along the way. We'll get a little bit more further on in the panel on how you can find mentors, but mentorship is super critical because nobody ever makes it on their own. It's just like you're traveling from, I just got to Vegas last night from Florida. It's like you're traveling from Florida to Vegas without knowing the way. A mentorship shows the way, leads the way, and helps you become the person that you were meant to be.
Takes a village, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Anyone else want to add to that definition?
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to jump in there by talking a little bit about what a mentor is not. I think that helps to also better define it. So it's not a coach that is focused on your behavioral performance, right? And I think that's real important. So oftentimes we think if our boss or someone is teaching us about how to do our job behavior better, that behavioral part, that's mentoring. Mentoring is a focus on the whole person, right? Not on a specific behavior or action. Also, mentorship and mentoring is not advocating. Advocating is when someone is in the room that you can't be in and they are able to champion your skill sets on your behalf. And all of these are important: a coach, a mentor, and someone and an advocator. But I think as you define these and separate them out, it better helps you to understand the value of the mentorship, because the mentorship is the one that's going to get you. The statistics show mentors are 5 times more mentored people are 5 times more likely to get promoted. Right? We can all value that. If you're running a company, mentors are the employees that are being mentored are 25% higher improvements in retention rates. So these are the types of reasons why, this conversation is so important.
Yeah, and I think even Jessica, you had mentioned when we were talking earlier that 84% of CEOs actually attest all of their success to the mentors that they had to get them there, which you're dropping stats, so I'm just going to add to your little wheelhouse there. Yeah, perfect. Well, I think we can segue. We're kind of segueing into the next question for us, which is, what are the key benefits and values that a mentor brings to an individual's personal and professional development? So why don't we actually start with Leon on this one?
Nice.
I'm good at that.
No, thank you very much. When it comes to, what's the best way to say this? Your mentor is the one that has the golden ticket, right? So for me, I was able to find various mentors, but one they had to be where I wanted to be, right? So being there where you wanted to be, living a life that you want to emulate. Also having the, I guess since we're in this type of conference, the more like professional success as well, because you can have mentors in different areas of your life. But what a mentor really brings to the table is not just, hey, this is what you need to do. Let me just clear the roadblock, but it's accountability, um, helping. They help you see what you already have, and they just help you bring that up. It was kind of a little bit coaching as well, but not a coach, but um, extreme accountability for what you said you were going to do. But the onus is really on, I like to say the onus is on the mentee. So it's up to the mentee to get the mentor to bring them to where they want to go. Because the mentor, he's already there. He or she's already there. They're they're enjoying life. They're living their life. You're coming to them looking for guidance and help. They don't have to help you. So you have to make sure you're adding value for what you're going to get from them. So I think that's we can pass along now.
Some big benefits. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll just keep heading down the line. We'll end it with Maya this time.
If I could add to that, like each of us have a quality, right, and a skill that we've developed over years of doing what we do. So just going back to what Leon said, we all have it in us. It's just the matter of getting the right mentor to recognize that, polish it up, help you, assist you to actually bring it out. And once you accomplish that, it could take time. It doesn't happen overnight. But once you accomplish that, then there's no stopping because now you know that you're a leader and you can start mentoring more people. And suddenly we talked about the mentor and the mentee relationship that we will later on. But the more the mentee learns from the right mentor, that's basically what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the knowledge and skill set and you're promoting that to other people, you are now inviting yourself as a mentor to other mentees. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Gene.
Well, I haven't been a W-2 employee for 50 years. And in the real estate and law profession, it's a great place to be alone, a perfect place to be alone. And I've had a lot of people come up to me and say, okay, I'm going to get started. What should I do? And I've always said, if you know what you want to do, find the 3 largest companies that do that and try to get hired because they're large, they have training, they have mentoring. And if no one is going to hire you, then you have to go out and find a smaller company where there's an individual who will mentor you. And I know from my experience that's always been beneficial. I went to law school when I was 45. And then I came out of law school saying, what do I do now? Okay, so I took my advice. And at 45, no one was going to hire me. Okay, no one has thought I'd be a good clerk. Okay, so I had to go out and find some people that I knew who were individuals who I didn't want to work for them, but I wanted them to mentor me. And as this progressed, I now have mentored 3 people who have come to work for me and learned enough from me that they were successful in going out and starting their own firm. And I'm very, very proud of that. And right now I have 2 more people in the office who are doing exactly the same thing, although I'm mentoring them for selfish reasons, a legacy, longevity. Will this firm continue after I retire? And so that's what I'm trying to do, and it is satisfaction to the utmost to be a mentor and see it work.
Oh,
Good job, Gene. Well, and that's the thing. Like, how many of us are 1099 employees in here? Is anyone? Yeah, we got a couple, maybe. Yeah, see? Yeah. We don't have bosses, right? That's not like a thing. So really, we solely rely on mentors. That's how we develop our skill. That's how we get our experience. Yeah. Jessica, Maya, do you want to add anything to that question?
Well, what I would add is I really want to make sure those who have attended this session about mentoring that we really cut into some of the more deep rooted needs for mentorship. So, as a mentor, and or as a mentee or someone seeking to be mentored, one of the things you have to look for is how am I going to have that ability to navigate the things that we experience. So I'm gonna say something very clear. Mentors know about being have gaslighting on the job, right? Mentors have experience with unconscious bias. Mentors have experience with microaggressions, with also with imposter syndrome and imposter treatment, right? And I think that often, in order to advance our careers, we have to deal with some of the systemic challenges that you're going to encounter, and how do we navigate those spaces and carve out success for ourselves. So for those who are potentially frustrated with their career projection, that's the add value of this mentorship, is to find people that have had those failures and then have carved out the success despite the environment.
It's really powerful, Jessica. Just I want to share with you guys an interesting story. So for a couple interesting stories, I hope we have time. I have 30 minutes. So I think it's a cliche, but it's the truth. Like I would not be where I am today. I'm from Egypt. I flew in from Egypt. So quite a trip. I would not be here today if it was not for my mom. Like my mom is a super successful woman, best-selling author all across the Gulf states, like in the Arab world, and just an incredible woman. My dad was the same, just extremely successful. My brother is uber successful, has like businesses all over Singapore and Asia and Dubai. And so I come from a long line of ultra successful people that I look up to, and they are my mentors. And I just I keep telling my friends and everybody I know, if I'm able to accomplish like a tenth of my parents' success and my brother's success, for sure I'm good. So I think mentorship is incredible. If you keep your eyes peeled, and I don't know what's wrong with the mic, but I'm gonna keep going. Um, if you if you keep your eyes peeled, and if you have faith, and if you have a vision, thanks, and just pursue that and believe in yourself, you will start finding mentors. There's this beautiful quote. I'm not sure if it was by Confucius or Bruce Lee, but like when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So when you're ready, you will start to find those mentors and look around you. They exist everywhere. The last story that I want to sort of conclude with this specific question is one of the TED Talks that I watched that almost brought tears to my eyes. It was this incredible young man from like a low socioeconomic background, low SES, from the UK, and he was going to end up being a statistic, right? He was talking on the TED Talk that you either went to entertainment or sports or you ended up being a criminal. And he lost his dad to like alcohol abuse, and his mother, a single mom working two jobs, minimum wage, barely making it. He ended up actually going to like one of the affluent neighborhoods in London, knocked on people's doors and found a mentor that way. And his life, ever since that day, has been completely transformed because he found someone that believed in him, saw the flame within, fanned it, and is just, he became this incredible success story. So believe in yourself and know that you have something to offer to the world, and you will locate that mentor along the way. Sure, go for it.
I'm double fisting now. You want that back? There you go. All right, as we move on to the next question. So, what are the common misconceptions about mentoring that you have encountered, and how would you debunk or address them based on your experience? Who wants to start, y'all?
I'll start. No, a mentor isn't your saving grace. Like I've had various mentors and coaches throughout my career, and realized the mentor is not there to necessarily make your life easier. It's to just help you plan out your own version of success, like Jessica said. But I mean, being able to, they can really remove a lot of um, what's the word I'm looking for? Just roadblocks. They can move it out the way, but a lot of misconceptions, like they're not responsible for your success. You are. They're not there to bail you out when when you have a bonehead move. Um, and they're not there. You're not siphoning from them from like a gas tank. They're not your. They're there to empower you, not necessarily coddle you or. I think we all know what I'm trying to say.
I got you.
So basically, it's like a lot of times I've had mentors come to have mentees or people who want to me to mentor them, and they have a lot of great questions, and which is great, and I love it. But sometimes it gets to the point where like, do they really understand the nature of this relationship? And if those lines aren't set clearly from the beginning, it can blur the lines. Like, are we friends? Some of my mentors I'm not friends with, but we have that relationship. Said, okay, this is what we're here for. This is what we're going to do. Um, and one of them, she invited me to be on the board of one of her nonprofits. So just be able to have that professional respect and relationship with your mentor and understand their position in life and how you all can work together and coincide. They're not your ride or die. I will say that.
Yeah, I'll add a great Leon. I want to add a little bit to that as far as the misconceptions. The misconception around mentoring is often that we as the mentor don't need to have don't also need to be mentored, right? And I definitely want to highlight that for myself. I work through the Project Management Institute, the PMI organization, currently out of Dallas, Texas, and provide mentoring to aspiring project managers. In that relationship, that's how I've found a vehicle to give back. There are other ways that I mentor through a company called Pathful Inc. They are phenomenal as well. It gives me an opportunity to go into virtually into the sixth grade classrooms and talk about logistics and blockchain with sixth graders, right? That's entertaining, right? What I want you to get from that is we have this perception our mentor needs to be inside our companies. Our mentees need to be in the places that we work. I definitely want to impart on everyone that we can look outside of our workplaces
Right.
For other avenues to be mentored and to or to be involved in the mentorship experience.
Gene?
There are two things I've learned from being a mentor. Number one, uh, the mentee isn't there to help me get my projects done. This is that's not the relationship. And secondly, I think in picking a mentee, there is a selection process. It's it's flattering to have someone come to me and say, "Will you do this or whatever?" And I kind of stop at that and I say, "Well, let's see if we can work on this." And I try to give them a project, something that I know that if I'm going to mentor them, we'll end up working on in depth. And I'll give them an assignment and give them like 2 weeks to complete it and bring it back to me. And some people never bring
Right.
it back. They think it's
Right.
a lot easier to get a mentor than to do some work. They come back and they haven't put full time into it, or they come back and they're very excited about it, and that helps me because you can't have too many mentees. You've got to select them. So I think those are the two things I've learned.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I could tie on to this, you guys, I think a couple of things is I think people think that mentors have to be naturally born leaders. And I actually don't think that that's the case at all. I actually think some of the best mentors that I've had in my life have been very humble listeners. And I think that's something that a lot of some potential other that people might think that mentors are very good leaders, they're extroverted, they're that, but really it's the ones that have the most humility, right? The ones that really listen that are going to amount to your maximum success. And another one from a personal level is that mentors are always older than you, right? Actually, I think a few of us mentioned this. Every person that's on my team that I mentor and coach, they are all older than me, every single one of them. So yes, it is a hard position to put myself in, but that misconception, it doesn't have to be that way, right? It's all about skill set. Gene, going back to law school at 45, right? You probably had a lot that were younger than you that you looked up to.
Everyone on my team is younger than
Right.
me.
Yeah. Yeah, Parag.
Can I just add something else? This is a great topic. If I could just add that when I had my mentor about 10 years ago, he gave me 400 pages of the SBA compliance report, regulations, and said, go home for a week, I'll ask you 6 questions. I said this to you, Leon, last night. So I'll ask you 6 questions next Monday. I went home crying. Why did I leave my previous job, right? And now the same guy today, after 13 years, tells me that you were saying like what you said, Gene, that it's not that you didn't read the book. I read 200 pages. So the questions that he answered, he knew exactly how many pages I'd gone through. And basically he said that I could mentor you, and it's not just about him, the mentor, anymore. It's the mentee as well. If you're capable of being mentored, so that's the whole idea. If you need to be able to learn, apply, and at some point let go to make the mistakes. Because if you don't jump off the cliff and start swimming, you'll never be able to swim.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
I love that. So just to add a few, just to share a really quick thought with you guys, when it comes to mentorship, my sort of take on mentorship is a little different. Like similar to what everybody else on the panel said, they don't have to be older than you. Like a mentor doesn't have to be older than you. They can be much substantially younger, but with more experience. You can find them online now, and like Jean said, if you actually like reach out to someone and set up a meeting first, you don't immediately want to message someone on LinkedIn and be like, can you please mentor me? They're gonna probably like remove you. But
What are you trying to sell me?
Yeah, it doesn't work. It's mentorship is a lot like dating. Like you want to sort of get to know them, hang out, meet one another, see if you have chemistry, and then in the future be like, hey, can you please do you mind mentoring me? Yes or no, and then move on and find someone else. And the last point that I want to conclude with is that my personal mentors are everybody, all the teachers that I view online, whether it's Tony Robbins or Robin Sharma or all of the great speakers and teachers and entrepreneurs. I consider them my mentor. So you can find that wisdom that you're looking for also online. Really powerful.
Sure.
This is such a great portion of the conversation. We have an incredible, diverse audience today. So while we're talking about misconceptions, I think it's really important to highlight the big misconception that we can only mentor people in our cultural line, that we can only mentor within our race or ethnicity, right? And I understand that you might feel if you're mentoring that you may not be able to give the right responses to people who maybe don't share the same type of cultural experiences that you do. What I'll share is I'm originally from the Republic of Panama, and I'm actually came to the U.S. after being in a foster home in a third world country. Right? I was adopted. My family brought me here. I have a very unique view on things. I was not mentored through my 20 years in the corporate spaces, in technology, in project management, in finance. I've had the opportunity to live outside of the U.S. and work in Jamaica, and even return to my home country and work in the Republic of Panama. The reason that I had a hard time to find mentorship opportunities is why I want to invoke and empower us all to challenge ourselves to believe that we can provide value to those who are outside of our cultural norms. That there is commonalities between what we can bring to someone who's a little different and how we can support and influence their success. And I think that's such a pivotal point that I'm grateful at this stage of life to be able to be here to say that as someone who did not have that type of opportunity through my journey. And that with having mentorship, I've gone on to be able to, as part of my journey, I have a human rights case um, for marriage equality in the Republic of Panama. My case is in the Supreme Court, and my wife and I are fighting to be the first lesbians or first women married in our home country, and we value the opportunity to live in the U.S. So it is, and, we have the lawyers here, right? My lawyers are Morgan and Morgan, one of the largest law firms in Latin America that helped to support this initiative. But it's because of the mentorship experience that we gain an understanding of our worth. And then we can put it out into spaces and demand our value. So I just wanted to make sure to share that. So thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. All right, moving on to our next question. I'm going to start this one, if that's okay. Answering it, do you mind? Perfect. So what are things you implement as a mentor in your industry with your mentees? Now mine is something very specific, so maybe this is like some advice you could take back or something you could try with your mentees. But with my team, something that I do in all of our team meetings, whether it's weekly, whether it's monthly, is I actually set aside accountability time. So whether it's an hour, whether it's 30 minutes, whether it's 10 minutes, I have every single one of the people on my team go around and say, in the last week, in the last month, what is something that you can hold yourself accountable for, right? Because in 99% of situations, both in your life and in your career, there's probably something that you could have done differently to have a better situation, right? If something didn't go right, if something fell apart, if a mistake was made, there was probably something that you could have done to control that, to make a better decision, right? And so with my team, I really have them look inward to say, hey, maybe you didn't do everything that you could. What's something that you could have done? Because I think the biggest thing, especially in real estate, is we battle egos like nobody's business. So how can I help my team stay humble? How can I help them look inward and say, I can always be doing better? And we always set aside time in those meetings to help them kind of look more deep within themselves. And I think it's really helped take their career and their energy to the next level. Who's next?
I implement I guess a litmus test similar to Gene, is that I have them, I'm like, write out a project they want to execute or something like that. Or plan, I'm like, okay, what's your plan of attack to get to X, Y, Z goal? And then when they give it to me, I look at it and I said, try again. And then they come back with a different plan. I ask them, is this your best work? And they'll be like, most of the time, it's no. I'm like, then try again. And they're like, you haven't looked at it. I'm like, if you're not going to give me your best work, why should I invest in you? Right? So once they have that little paradigm shift, like excellence is expected, then I'm able to take what you have. Because if you have anything left in the tank, it doesn't do any good if it's at the end of the game, right? So you leave it out there so that way I know what I can do to help you. And if I can't help you, I'm going to find somebody who can help you to get you to where you need to go. So be able to have that litmus test to see if people are really, if they just want to siphon knowledge from you or they want to work with you and establish that mentor-mentee relationship, I think that's key.
If I could just add to that. So I had two stories. I had a senior banker tell me many, many years ago, I'm saying about 20 years ago, that it's not the answer. This is what the mentor says. It's not the answer all the time. It's how you find the right answer, right? Because you could get it wrong as well. And it's okay to make a mistake because you won't learn if you don't make a mistake. But it's not the answer, but it's you know where to go and get the right answer from, because it's so much material available, data available. You know, it's how you apply the answer now, your answer to the situation, and make it work and find the right solution. So it's how you answer. Now, the second story I would like to add is my mentor basically gave me a year to make mistakes, right? It's okay to ask me the questions. Don't be afraid to ask me questions. It's okay, because I'll give you a year to ask me all the questions, and after a year, you're going to come back and tell me why we should be doing this loan. So it's the opportunity. You got to let go. You got to teach. You got to let go, and then sit back and see what comes out of them. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so just if I may add to that. So there's two types of mentorship out there. Is my mic okay? Can you guys hear me well? There's two types of mentorship out there. There's intentional mentorship and then there's unintentional mentorship. So I pride myself in being an unintentional mentor. What that means is every single interaction that I have, either whether it's face to face in person with you guys, pleasure and honor to be here, or whether it's on my social media, or whether it's, whatever, everything that I do, I strive to be an unintentional mentor. And back home in Egypt, I teach sociology. So I'm an academic, I'm assistant professor of sociology, and I'm also a positive psychologist, but I teach sociology at the university level. Every single student interaction, I teach like 200 students total. So every single student interaction that I have, I strive to be a mentor. I try to lead by example and show the way and just embody the values that I espouse. And I think that can be really powerful when we walk the talk. Essentially, is it's really really critical, and people can immediately spot it. People can immediately tell whether they're dealing with someone that's genuine or not so genuine, and I think that's really really powerful. So something to be said for unintentional mentorship, as you strive to find your own or become one yourself.
Absolutely. All right. As we head into the next question, how has the experience of transitioning from a mentor to a mentee or vice versa at different stages of your career influenced your personal and professional growth? And what valuable insights have you gained from both roles? Who wants to take this one?
Hated it. No, but no, but seriously, it's two completely different skill sets, being a mentor, then also being a mentee. Um, just having to recognize where you are and where you in that area of space. Sometimes you're going to be a mentee in certain areas of your life for probably the rest of your life. Some other areas that you have locked in and you're killing it, you're operating at 150% with like zero sleep. People, that's just going to be your area of genius, right? So with that, you'll be able to just pour into individuals. But I know one of the major things that I took away in that transition is knowing that the enemy has a vote. And what I mean by that is that everyone else that's outside working with you probably has the same goals and dreams and aspirations as you do as well, if you're in this field. So they have a vote on your deals just as well as you have a vote on your deals. So you just need to be prepared for as much as you possibly can, but understand that you can't control everything, but you need to control what you can control. So
And what's amazing about this is when you're a mentor and you train a mentee, there will come a time, and this is practical, I've lived this, there will come a time where your mentee actually does a lot more than you, and that's okay. Because as a mentor, that's what you want at the end of the day. So I've witnessed that with my mentees, and it's amazing to see them kind of get beyond my thinking point, which is what has happened with my mentor. I look at him and I say, when are you going to get a smartphone, right? And and he's finally got one, all right, 5 years ago or something. And it's great because now he's like, Parag, we can do this and we can do that. I'm like, Larry, this happened like 10 years ago. So no. So in all seriousness, it's about bringing new innovations to what you learn and just improve and find the right solutions quickly.
Yeah, I think the mindset of like always being a mentee, right? No matter how much you get to the mentor, because that's really what we're all going to come back to, right? Constant. If you stop learning, you die. So constantly learning, constantly being the mentee, I really think is what promotes the best mentors. And I remember getting into real estate, as I don't know how many real estate agents are in here or in the real estate sector, but it's like once you pass the exam, they say, now forget everything and get out there and figure it out. Well, how do you do that by yourself, right? How do you do that without someone to lean on to give you that? And so now turning it around and being that person to help them after they've passed their exams, right? That's a great transcendental
Right.
point almost, right? Awesome. Okay. Oh yes. Did you want to tie into that, Maya?
Yes,
Sorry.
sure. Yeah, I love what you said there. I think it's really, really important for us to always be teachable and coachable, no matter how experience we think we're getting, no matter what the milestones that we cover, no matter the milestones that we hit. I think being teachable and coachable just essentially translates into you hitting that next peak. And once you get to that peak, guess what? You're going to have a new Everest to conquer. And once you get there, you're going to have another Everest to conquer. So there will always be a mentor that you're going to find along the way that's going to help you hit that next peak, that next summit, the next apex of your career. So always, always, always be teachable. It's really powerful, and neuroplasticity ties into it. Your brain you can learn at the age of 95. You're never too old. It's never too late. You can always do it. Our brains are essentially designed to do that. Like they learn, and we create neural connections. So it's never ever too late to learn. Never ever too late to become the person that you were meant to be.
Just one more thing, sorry.
Sure.
The mentee should be moldable. Those were the two words you used, and I wasn't getting that word, but you got to be moldable to improve. So
Yes, great, moldable. Love it.
Question.
And as we segue into always being the mentee, right? To round it all out, what is one or, yeah, we're crushing it. Yep, we're on the last one, so we're doing great. To round it all out, and I've got a couple myself, but I'll let you guys take the floor first. Name one lesson or insight that a mentor has taught you.
I would share a big reason for this process of mentorship is the learning and unlearning, right? And this is a constant process. I have a degree in accounting, so it's cyclical, right? It's up and it's down. And we are learning from our parents and their generation and the way things worked for them, right? I come from parents that there were pensions. There's no pension now, so I'm gonna have to do things differently, right? And the next generation will be faced with new technology. So even as I mentor, if I'm teaching off of my historical assumptions, right? It's changing again. And I think what's really important is as a mentor to identify that fact, and that's been real critical for me is that I have to mentor beyond my past moment, beyond that current moment, if I genuinely want to prepare this person to be successful in their next steps.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, Jean.
So the biggest thing I'm getting from mentors, and there are a lot of them, right? This may sound strange. I'm learning social media. I didn't learn very well from this group how to use a Google Doc.
Sorry.
If whatever the hell that's called. I did not learn that.
We
No
tried.
one mentored me. And
Wow,
you
we
know what?
failed you, Gene.
No one, and you know why it didn't happen? Because I didn't ask.
That's right.
I was just in my little shell, and I went off, and I just didn't ask. So I'm learning all sorts of stuff now. That's a challenge. A lot of people can help me.
Yep.
And I appreciate whoever is in the room who does help me. That's great.
we got to get you on WhatsApp.
I love that. You have to ask.
You got to get him on WhatsApp.
I know the WhatsApp is
What?
next. Yeah, we'll get
What?
there. We'll get slowly but
We
surely.
need you
Just-
on the group. We need you on the group, Gene.
10 seconds,
You're
right?
fine. Yeah, we got 3 minutes.
Be a sponge. That's what I learned. Be a sponge, absorb all the knowledge, and then go back out and give it back. So
Love that. Yeah. And I've got anyone else want to?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go.
I had one. Take the attitude that you're hopelessly average. So
That's easy.
So basically, we're all rock stars in our own little ponds and things like that. And there's one thing when I graduated from West Point, they're like, you're a high school hero to West Point zero, right? So when you elevate and you move in your career, what got you there won't keep you there, right? So take the attitude that you're hopelessly average and you have to work just as hard as anybody else, if not more. And then you'll take that humble attitude, it's sponge and absorbing everything and not always being the loudest person in the room.
Yeah. Absolutely. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think the number one takeaway that I have learned from countless hours of Tony Robbins and Robin Sharma and Joe Dispenza and spiritual teachers and entrepreneurs and multi-billionaires, and I just soak this stuff like a sponge. It's what my brain is made of, and my family and the success story that they've had, I think, is fall 7 times, get up 8, fall 7 times, stand up 8. I think resilience in this day and age with AI and chat GPT and uncertainty and the real estate sector, and we don't know what's going to happen after tomorrow, and just the sheer level of uncertainty that we have to experience on a day-to-day basis and not knowing what's in store for us in the future. I think the number one takeaway that I have gleaned from all of those incredible people that I've had the pleasure of learning from is to fall 7 times, get up 8, and to cultivate that inner reservoir of strength and light that we all have within to keep going and pursue your dreams no matter what.
And to round it all out before you cut us off, because I see a minute 45. So just to round it all out, a couple of things less inspirational as all these 5 people. The first thing I was taught when I got into real estate is figure out your work-life balance. Because that job, all these jobs will swallow you whole if you let it. So I set boundaries for my very first year in real estate to know what goals were going to make me financially successful, but was always also going to allow me a life that was pleasurable, right? That's super important. And the last thing, perception is reality. The speaker before here was talking about perception, perceiving. That is probably the biggest thing, right? It is not about what you think about how you're perceived. It's what everyone perceives about you. That is the true reality. Thank you so much.
For that very eye-opening session. Thank you, esteemed panelists. Okay. Moving on. As the rhythm of the industry evolves and the landscape of regulation grows ever more complex, the call to revamp traditional compliance becomes even more pressing. The need in the hour isn't simply to shun risks, but it's to understand the marriage and indigently navigate through them. Ladies and gentlemen, let's buckle up our seats for yet another enlightening panel discussion talking about the topic Compliance 2.0, shifting from risk aversion to risk intelligence. Please join me in welcoming the moderator for this talk, Radhika S. Lipton, who is the CEO and founder of RAD LLC. And the panelists joining her is Rebecca Stiles, who is the CFO of RHS Financial Management, and Lisa Ann Palmer, founder and CEO of Light Your Leadership, Inc. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning. Oh, we can do better than that, right? Good morning. That's much better. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for MoRE 2.0 for bringing this panel together. We are going to pivot a little bit. As my esteemed colleague here shared with me this morning, there was 12,000 flights canceled yesterday. So I think there's going to, people are going to trickle in, and I also know you had some trouble getting in. So lost lug. Sart. Our topic is risk aversion. How could we have avoided this, right? I want to hand it off to my colleagues first to, talk a little bit about their background. We are going to approach risk aversion and risk intelligence from almost three completely different industries. So it all touches on financial services and law and real estate, but we approach it from different perspectives. So first, I'll hand it off to Rebecca. Do you want to talk a little bit about your background?
So hi, everyone. I hope y'all found it here okay. Obviously, I did not. So I have been in the financial services field for about 20 years now. Recently started my own consulting company. I've spent the better part of the last 15 years working as a consultant across a wide array of industries and companies, focusing on investment and risk management, strategic planning, implementing your ERP systems, and just doing a general kind of review of taxes and all of the possible exposures to, like risk exposures to compliance or risks related to compliance. Oh my goodness, I cannot hold the microphone. I'm sorry. Like I said, no sleep. um, I've also worked quite for about 12 years with a lot of nonprofit organizations who are desperately trying to manage the changing marketplace and maintain a sense of sustainability. So that's essentially what I do.
Well, I applaud your courage to be here and taking a risk, right? My name is Lisa Anna Palmer. My mic seems to be very loud. I'm sorry. I'll try to keep it. There we go. So I'm from Ottawa, Canada. I worked for now over 30 years in leadership development, human resources, organizational development, and I left Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation at 40, that's about 12 years ago, to start my own business because I'm very passionate about getting the word out there about the importance of leadership and the effect it has. And in fact, I'm here to advocate that people are the number one risk in your organizations. I've worked with financial institutions as well as I had a group of lawyers who were my clients internally when I was working in a senior role in HR. And so I got to witness some of the struggles that they went through, as well as advising the chief risk officer. So I'm bringing the perspective of, how do people engage with risk and what's at the root of it from the human level.
Thank you so much. And I'm Radhika Lipton. I'm the CEO and founder of RAD LLC. We are a compliance and internal audit consulting firm, and our clients are community banks, credit unions, and fintechs. So when we talk about risk adverse, I'm on this side of the spectrum of risk averse, and and trying to coach our clients on risk intelligence. So thank you and welcome. So let me ask you this, both of you. What does risk aversion mean to you, and what does risk intelligence mean to you?
Sure. I'm going to be reading. I think one of the main factors to keep in mind when talking about risk aversion, whether it's in technology or the legal field of compliance or even in investments in banking, is that it's essentially driven by a sense of emotional intelligence. People react to what they see on the news, and that forms their decision making when it comes to managing their household budgets, to the jobs that they are applying to, and to the salaries that they're looking to get, as well as the real estate market and trying to be able to afford a new house. So when it comes to risk aversion, it's really, in my mind, not necessarily a strategy that is going to be a sustainable strategy over time, which isn't to say that certain organizations shouldn't set limits. And I think that's where risk acceptance comes in. You make sure that you're only going to put a certain amount of operating assets or investments at a percentage of your total operating income so that you can maintain that sense of sustainability and not end up like companies like Silicon Valley Bank or Enron or even the whole crypto market, which is another fun discussion.
Yeah, so for me, risk aversion, working with thousands of people in workplaces and leaders, boils down to fear of making mistakes. And it manifests in different ways, from micromanagement all the way to people getting sick at work because they're too afraid to come in and make mistakes, people getting called out in front of others in the workplace, being humiliated because the company is not able to create a safe space so that people can make mistakes and experiment and innovate. And so to me, that's basically what it boils down to, is the fear of making mistakes at work, in our businesses, in society. And the good news is that fear can be reversed.
Thank you. And in our area in financial services, it is so many attributes, so many different vehicles. One, you're risk averse against doing the wrong thing by the client, right? Overcharging them on fees, or not calculating their interest rate correctly. Then you have the risk of profitability. Every time we turned around, you mentioned Silicon Valley Bank. Banks and financial institutions are measured under what we call a CAMELS rating, which is a variety of factors. And up until the recent failure of the banks, the biggest area was always asset management, right? The A in CAMELS. And now the risk averse is liquidity, because that's what the biggest issues were. But what's the umbrella over all of that? They're always afraid of what the regulators are going to come down with. And we have stacks and stacks and stacks, pages and pages of regulation, but it also comes down to interpretation. So the fear of what is, a rogue regulator going to assess this time is always on the top of their mind. So between profitability, doing what's right by the customer, and being in one of the most highly regulated, I would say second highest next to healthcare, and how to compete in that marketplace. So then what is risk intelligence?
Well, as I started to touch upon it, it's really, in my mind, driven by metrics. It's driven by knowing exactly how much money you want to put at stake and making sure that you have that, like a security fund, a savings to cover your general operating expenses. It it involves a lot of research. It involves setting limits and guidelines. And I think this is also where board of directors or board of trustees tend to come into play. They can draft a whole document with standard operating procedures and then work with brokerage firms to manage the amount of money that they're literally putting at risk in the market and doing the research of the new types of things that are coming about, like cryptocurrency and NFTs. Risk averse people, myself included, would not have invested in those. But that doesn't, and it's something that's exciting. It's something new. It's something people that are sort of gravitating towards. And in the reverse, with interest rates raising, people in the real estate market are like, oh, I don't want to buy a house now. It's too expensive. I can't get a good mortgage. And the reality is, it's driving the housing prices down. They're dropping by $50,000 to $100,000 a week. And just because you buy at a high interest rate doesn't mean you can't refinance in a year or two when we have somehow, hopefully, maintained a sense of stability with our debt as a country and our international relations with China, because that is always a factor. But at the end of the day, if you really want to make sure that you're covering your nut, you look at the GDP. That's not going to change. Not really going to change. I mean, there might be less farmers, but we still produce the same amount of products. We still ship them out. We managed during a pandemic and grew exponentially and put everything online, put everything in the cloud. So it's about adaptation as well. Yes, the regulations are going to change. And yes, you're going to need to hire people like us to be able to keep up with that and make sure that you're doing the right things. But also, the IRS, the Treasury, they're still trying to figure it out themselves. They didn't know what to do with cryptocurrency. It's not tied to a tangible asset. So they didn't know how to tax it. And again, that's in my sort of metric of risk, that's very high in terms of the percentile. So
Yeah, those are really great points. And Rebecca, I'm going to come back to what you were said earlier about emotional intelligence, because from my perspective, they're very closely linked. So risk intelligence, emotional intelligence are very closely linked, because I'll just tell you a little story, okay? So maybe 15 years ago, when I was still working in corporate, I was supporting the chief risk officer in setting up the the group that was going to take care of that. And they pulled from different parts of the organization, including business analysts, people who were doing all kinds of different roles. And, at the senior management level, you don't always know what people are thinking in the front lines, but you see the problems, right? Either the clients are complaining or staff aren't happy or whatnot. So it was a bit of a, guessing game as to what was going on. And because I was in HR, I was able to ask them, and I got some really interesting insights. So because the role had changed from service provider, advisor to a challenge function, they really, really were under a lot of stress and pressure. So from one day to the next, they had to shift roles. They had to go from being like well loved by their clients to now being the person who sticks it to them where they're not following policy or corporate direction. And they weren't vice presidents or directors even. They were the front lines. And so what they would have in return are clients that became very animated and sometimes lost their temper with them. They weren't prepared for that. They didn't understand what was going on. They just wanted to do a good job. So here you had people in the bowels of the organization who were getting pressure from senior management to play a challenge function, and at the same time, they're being squeezed by the client because the client was really upset at them. So imagine the human experience of people every day who have to shift role without necessarily getting the proper support to do it. So by offering leadership development of emotional intelligence, giving them insight into what was going on and how to handle those difficult situations would have greatly increased their risk intelligence and their ability to pass that on to their clients. So if you're looking at risk intelligence, from my perspective, it's having the confidence to be able to play a challenge function, to do risk reviews and assessments, and be equipped, and you're confident, not just because you're one of those confident extroverts that everything is easy for them and all that stuff. That's not what I mean. I mean you're confident because you're equipped, you're empowered, you're supported. Leaders have your back when your clients are yelling at you. That's, to me, is what emotional intelligence is in organizations, both at the individual level, at the organizational level, is how do you create safe spaces for your employees to be able to carry out your risk management functions.
Thank you. And I'm going to lean in on to your comment about data and the use of data. So first I'm going to ask the audience here, how many members here in the audience are in financial services? How many of you use data to determine your overall risk profile of your institution? That's good. How many of you are scared to use data? Right? I would say that is predominant way in our industry, in my industry, to really understand how to mitigate risk, how to understand your risk. And one of the things that I was talking to Elisa Ann about is, not just measuring risk on a vertical perspective, but also a horizontal perspective, and collecting data to understand that. How do you know if you don't have a systemic problem across your organization, not just in one department? When you're talking about people risk, obviously if you've got in a community bank or a credit union, you've got a small department and the manager is gone, all your controls are pretty much gone with it. And many times a lot of the knowledge that we have is in our head and not documented in the SOP that you are referring to. So you've lost a huge part of what could have been a very well-functioning department. But, if you look across the enterprise, did you lose 2 more people in senior level capacities? And how is the board looking at that? So for me, risk intelligence is really understanding your data, using queries to look at your loan portfolio to see if you've got common issues, looking, queries on your deposit accounts to see if you have common issues, but then on the HR side.
Yeah, no, and I want to just add to that in terms of data. So I see organizations bring in new tools all the time. And now you got Chat GPT, and you got this and that and the other, you got SAT, you got all kinds of new tools. And I know even myself as a business owner and my team, we've had to learn like 10 different pieces of software in the last 6 months. It's a lot. And the thing is, if you just tell people to, go and learn it, or you'll learn it from your colleague Joe or Jane or whatnot, and you don't invest in the proper training, the proper education, that's when you should be scared. You shouldn't be scared of data. You should be scared of if people are using that data and they're not properly trained or equipped to do it. And then what are you going to do? Come back and blame them for it? Right? So I think when it comes to anything where you're introducing new technology, new ways of using data, be it big data, be it what you name it, is to make sure that when you are handing that responsibility off to your employees, that you make sure they have everything they need to succeed. And if they don't and they make mistakes, you better practice radical accountability instead of blaming.
Thank you.
Well put.
I know, very well done. So what does a risk policy look like to both of you? And if you were going to present that to a board, what do you think their expectations are, and how do you get the board to buy in, especially when it comes to asking for resources, especially or technology? Technology is expensive as well. So
I deal with boards very much a lot, and what I like to do is say that I demystify the financial statements. People who are on boards of directors or board trustees, they just want to know that their money is going to the right place, that they're not going to end up with a deficit, and that the company that they run is going to be able to survive in an ever-changing climate, which means adapting, as Lisa was saying. So many technologies are coming out. People like us are spending a lot of time making sure that we are up to date, and not only up to date, we have the ability to then advise companies on how to either modify their current systems, integrate them, and address the fear of the employee. Because, I mean, my father used to say this all to me all the time, and I went completely the other way. He said, don't write anything down, because then you don't make yourself useful anymore. They can fire you, and they have the Bible to whatever you need to do your job. I obviously go the other route. I make sure everything is documented. You need that standard operating procedure, and what needs to be built into it as well is that touch base with every level of employee, making sure that when larger strategic decisions, albeit not necessarily investment strategy, are being made about how to move your company forward, whether it's change management and you need to downsize, or you need to figure out how to build an environment that's virtual or hybrid because it's just too expensive to pay for a lease on, for example, in New York on Fifth Avenue, when only 5 out of 25 people in your company is coming into the office. So it's about making sure, as Lisa was saying, that people are trained. People have the ability to give their opinion, or to at least feel like they're being involved in the decision-making process. Leadership teams and executive teams and C-suites have a real habit of just sort of keeping everything to themselves, making the decisions, and then dictating it down to the company. And again, not providing the tools and resources that people down the chain and on the front lines are actually needing to do. They need to be trained on the new software and realize that they're not being replaced. The idea is that it's creating a more efficient way to do your job so that you can expand on what you're doing. You can spend more time on analysis. You can create an entire metric scale like I do to measure out how much, whether it's in terms of money or the types of investments that you're using, or if it's for real estate property. You can lay it out and then have a more informed conversation with the board of trustees or the board of directors. But it has to, it's also the KISS method. You have to keep it simple, stupid. Like,
Yes.
the
I agree, Rebecca, because
right?
I'm on the board. And
Oh,
you're absolutely right.
like,
You're
no one
right.
wants to hear me wax philosophic about like scenarios and equity ratios. No, they want to know that they're not going to lose money in the market, or that if they lost a percentage, that they just need to adjust how much money is going into that pot, and how much they need to reserve for their operating expenses.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So I'm on a nonprofit board right now, and you know, you're right. It's not our area of expertise. So keep it simple, sweetie, maybe. Or
Not PC, sorry.
That's okay. It was funny. But the other thing too is, if you want to sway the board, you need to connect it to the purpose of the organization. Like, if you do this, this is going to help serve, the people that we're serving in the community better. Tell stories, because stories inspire, right? Be able to break it down to what they need to know, not everything else, just what they need to know, why it's important. Give them the data that they understand, and then bring them on side. Because if there are boards who are just focused on the bottom line, so maybe nonprofits a bit different, but I know boards who are just and companies who are focused just on the bottom line, and you're not creating the vision of how that relates back, how managing your or leading your people better relates back to the bottom line. If you're not making that link for them, then that's where I would suggest that would be an opportunity for growth in that area.
Thank you. And in banking, if it's not documented, it's not done, right? Absolutely.
If it's not written down, you can't hold anybody to it.
Right. And I know many organizations prepare a risk policy, prepare risk assessments, and many of them, is it just an exercise? Or to your point, isn't it much more valuable to give them the why of the risk assessment, not just because, oh, my regulator needs it, so I've got to put together a risk assessment, but putting it together once a year? Should it be more periodic? But what do you teach to the board of directors? I mean,
And stress the benefit. Right, because there's a reason why we're doing this, and it's to make sure that the organization is well looked after, is mitigating, there's good governance, and all that is in place. So talk about the benefit too, not just like this is what you have to do, because then you're not going to engage anyone that way. People don't like to be told; they like to be engaged. They like to be inspired. Talk to them about why it's important for the people you serve, and then also why it's important for your staff. Because at the end of the day, and I'll come back to this again, because oftentimes when I'm engaging with different people, it's like, what about the bottom line? What about the shareholder? Well, who impacts that the most? It's your people. The people risk is linked to the operational risk, is linked to the financial risk, is linked to reputational risk, security risk, you name it, right? So if you are not addressing that risk because it's the hardest risk to address and you're avoiding it, that's where you want to start. Start there. Get your people on side, get them trained, get them thinking about making a shift from risk aversion to be able to have risk intelligence, create a safe space so that they can do their work.
Absolutely.
I agree.
What are the top 3 risks in your field right now?
Well, cryptocurrency. And I mean, obviously the real estate market's taken a hit, right? But it's a matter of how you read it, and it's a matter of where you are. And when it comes to a general investment strategy, I mean, I stressed this before, you have to look at the products that are not going to change over time, stuff that we have been doing for years. And this might be a little controversial, but it's been proven over time by economists, year after year, decade after decade. When we go to war, we get out of a recession. We do. We do. And like, everybody in the 90s was so happy about Clinton, finding a surplus in the budget. Well, that surplus is gone. And there are many theories that he tried to start a war in Kosovo to try to get that army and military spending back, and also boosting the economy. He was right. It worked a little bit. It did. Cutting other types of services also worked, but when he was gone, we just kept building up the debt and building up the debt and building up the debt. And now we have a difficult scenario and a very difficult relationship with China. The politics of this is now affecting everybody's economy. Iran is sending missiles to our oil tankers. Like, we have to be able to be aware of the environment that we're in and take note of that, but then take that step back, try to put it into metrics, try to say, okay, over the last however many years, when did this scenario arise before? How can we try to attempt to right what we did wrong the first time? Because I don't know about you, but trial and error is a really great way to learn.
I don't know if you watched the 60 Minutes episode yesterday.
I was on a plane.
Speaking, because global risk, the global economy, are all factors. But at the rate that China is going, by 2025, they will completely surpass their Navy, will surpass our Navy in their capabilities. Our ships are very old. I forgot what, I think it was 25 years old, one of our biggest ships that it's out there. I mean, it's just, but 2025 is a year and a half away. That's it. So the global economy, what's going on in the world, definitely plays a factor in all our industries, right? What are the top three
Definitely.
risks in your industry?
So I think I said it a few times. Can you guess? Uh, so top risk is not recognizing the importance of people. Okay, I'll just give you a little perspective. According to Gallup, the people who do the Gallup polls, um, low engagement levels are costing the world economy $7.8 trillion. Now, wouldn't engaging people, doing better job at leadership, be more fun than going to war? I think so. I don't know, just a thought.
It would save human lives.
Exactly. And then the second piece is around all the changes. I mean, we live in a post-pandemic world. Everything's upside down from when we, 2020. I think I was in Nashville, March 13th, 2020, when I had to rush back to Canada because they're going to close the borders. So if we try to lead like we did before, that's a huge risk. That is a huge risk. So then that begs the question, well, what do we do? Well, stay open and look at bringing in, what do people need right now? They're struggling. The people in your organizations are struggling. So even more concerning than the $7.8 trillion that's being wasted on low engagement levels is the fact that the International Labour Organization forecasts every year that 2.4 million people die linked to workplace illness, workplace stress. And they say that's an understatement. So there's really a pandemic going on in our offices, and this is global. So to me, those are huge risks. And then, of course, there's the adaptability in terms of the technology. There's AI coming in. I was just talking to a university professor last week, and he said, we're trying to figure out how to prepare the next generation. Documentation is key, even with AI, but learning how to put in the right queries. So learning how to do that is a new skill that's coming. Well, it's an adapted skill. It's an expanded skill that needs to be more broadly learned and encouraged. Because when we try to fight things that are big like AI or hybrid work or remote work and all those things, let me tell you, you're not going to win. Otherwise, we'd still be riding horses to work on a farm, instead of going to offices or staying at home and connecting. So we need to be adaptable. We need to figure out and to pull together to pull through. We can't do this by turning on each other. And so I would say another big thing I'm really concerned about is polarization and the degradation of civility and respect in workplaces. I'm getting calls from clients who are saying, I've never seen this before, Lisa. People are yelling at each other. They're getting physical at work. And this is in offices. So we need to pay attention to these things. And just as Rebecca mentioned, there's some global things going on, and your employees are afraid. They're concerned. So it's very hard to concentrate on a risk assessment when you think you're going to be submitted to the next pandemic or a war or whatever else. So that's why.
Default on our debt to
or
China.
Default, exactly. Or
China owns us, essentially.
You name it, right? So they're hearing it too, and it's very difficult to come into work and to concentrate. So by creating a safe space, that's your best bet. And you do that by not blaming them if they make mistakes, by supporting them, by you yourself doing the inner work to be the best version of yourself every single day, and to help them do the same. And, I've written a book. It's called Light a Fire in Their Hearts, The Truth About Leadership. So I talk to a lot of, leaders at all levels. And what comes out loud and clear is that what sets great leaders apart is their ability to connect at the human level through compassion, courage, competence. The other stuff is also important, but you need that as your foundation. So I think those are the three things.
Well, thank you. And I'm going to double down on one of your comments in a second. And I think I've already shared what I felt in our industry are the top risks. One, cybersecurity is, and that kind of goes to the global situation as well. Cybersecurity is, and the money that's being put into managing that is, astronomical. Liquidity, which I already mentioned, and of course, regulatory concern. It's ever evolving and ever changing, which is good for me. I mean, my company stays alive because of that, right? But in talking about people, um, we all developed a new vernacular during the pandemic, right? And all these new words and working remotely and Zoom and hybrid, and now then you had the Great Resignation. And I know every industry, not just financial services or law or real estate, is suffering. In the real estate industry, mass layoffs everywhere you go. But what I'm seeing also is this entitlement mentality where employees are getting far more aggressive in their demands, in things like that. How do you cope with that? How do you advise board of directors on that risk?
So for me, one of the things I say, resistance and aggression is really apprehension in disguise. So if people are acting that way, it's because in our society, it's more acceptable to turn to aggression, to be vocal, or to be passive aggressive even, than it is to share, you know what, I'm really worried. And so we need to create situations where people feel comfortable coming to us and saying, you know what, this new thing that we're trying to implement, it's freaking me out because I think that, AI is going to take my job. AI is going to and if I lose this job, I don't know if I can get another one where I can, work from home and take care of my aging mom or my small children and be there for my teenager who's contemplating suicide when they come home from school. So when you're seeing anger is just a way to share emotions in a way that's become, unfortunately, socially acceptable. What kind of society are we where it's socially acceptable to show anger instead of love and instead of, helping each other? So, yeah, I think that's really important, is not to make those judgments at face value, because behind any kind of negative entitlement behavior, you'll get sadness, grief, shame, and anger is the easiest one to demonstrate.
Touching on your point of people becoming more aggressive or more vocal, I think it touches upon one of my favorite phrases, special snowflake. And I think this is something that has come about with like a younger generation of people. There's that sense of entitlement. They grew up in a very different era. I mean, when we started, it was about yelling. It was like that chain of yelling. Your boss yells at you, you yell at the person underneath you cries, and it goes right back again. And then when someone comes new, you just do the same thing as if you're hazing them, right? So it's really kind of powerful that people in this new generation are taking ownership of their own identity. That being said, while we as managers and leaders need to adapt our methods to be able to communicate with them and actually make them more productive, I do think that there's a little bit on this generation side that needs to just kind of take a reality check. Like, it's a very difficult environment to A, find a job, B, keep that job, stay in the same industry, do what you love. If you're constantly turning around and saying, no, that's discriminatory. Well, not discriminatory, because that's a different issue. If you're like, oh, well, I'm offended because you had a tone or you didn't use your camera on Zoom, so I think you're ignoring me. Like, at the end of the day, that stuff should be left at the door when you start work. There's a responsibility on both sides. As managers, it's our responsibility to respect the individuality of the people that we work with and the other employees of the organization. But at the end of the day, you guys sign contracts.
Yeah,
you have to perform.
I agree that it's a shared responsibility, and that's why we need to develop leadership at all levels. So starting at a very young age, because if somebody's kind of complaining and whining, that's not leadership, right? So we need to start to engender those values, how people become excellent at what they do, and also have conversations that are really open and meaningful without sorry, the yelling, that's probably why there's so many people who are sick, right? But finding ways to have conversations that are meaningful and direct, right? And that we teach people to listen and that we learn to listen. Instead of saying, telling, ask, tell me more. What do you mean? And then being able to course correct and mentor. We need to have mentorship roles. I mean, I've seen, and because they come and tell me, I walk into a workplace and there's a 22-year-old who comes up to me and says, I've been here 3 weeks. Nobody says hi. People are coming up to me asking me what I'm doing. Okay, so their manager forgot to introduce them around and explain what their role is. So it's a shared responsibility. Leadership at all levels is really important. So we need to start young.
Thank you. I'm going to ask 2 more questions. And the first one is I'm in the process of writing an ebook on ChatGPT or artificial intelligence in general and the risk and reward related to it. And it's on both sides, right? It certainly, to me, helps augment our processes and what have you. But if not used correctly, you can expose, in our case, our financial institutions, expose their intellectual property, put proprietary information. ChatGPT doesn't know what non-public personal information is. So, and then whatever you put out there is there permanently. But again, there are also rewards. What do you see as the risk and reward of artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, for example?
I think what people tend to forget about the emergence of artificial intelligence is that it actually employs a whole bunch of IT people that are working to develop that technology. And that's where we should be looking. It should be that adaptation. We should be emerging with technology. We shouldn't be rejecting it because we think it's going to be a robot taking over our lives. No, the robot's going to help you do better shit, excuse my language, better things, more efficient things. It's going to allow you to look at your business in a different way because you're not in the weeds. And it's a tool. We have to adapt. We knew that this was coming. Clearly, Hollywood knew this was coming. So everything is about adaptation to the emerging climate and marketplace that you're in. And I mean, yes, it's a risk if you work with your hands on something, but that doesn't mean that you can't learn it. I am learning something new every day. I'm trying to stay current, and that doesn't mean that nobody else. I mean, it means anybody can do that. You're not like if you get pushed out of your job because a computer is taking over your, company representative and customer service function, that means you have the ability to do something else. You can level up. You can go back to school. You can get a certification, which will bump your salary and make you more desirable. Or you can start your own company because you're tired of giving away a portion of your salary to a firm without getting benefits.
Yeah, no, that's it's true. So I was in Lisbon at the Running Remote conference, and it's all about. I think I was the oldest person there at 52, but it was really interesting to hear the conversation around artificial intelligence, and that there was fear, but not the same kind of fear we kind of hear in our offices most of the time. And it was more about how do we leverage this? How do we make sure that we learn to work the artificial intelligence? And a couple weeks ago, I interviewed someone who has 2 PhDs in artificial intelligence. His name is David Collier of Clearword, and he compared it to, well, what about when we introduced fridges? Right? Everybody was afraid that everybody who used to go cut ice from, icebergs or whatnot, would lose their job, and we adapted. So we're going to adapt.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I think my last question was, what is one key takeaway, but I think we've already shared quite a few takeaways. So thank you again to my esteemed panel. Thank you to the participants for listening to us banter. It was fun. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies, for that great presentation. Appreciate you. All right. One of the moments that we've all been waiting for. This is the moment where we honor our awardees and recognize people for their wonderful achievements in their field. If I may please bring up to the stage our esteemed presenter for this award ceremony, Mr. Don Ruttenberg, who is the president of Resourcify. Don? Okay, awardees, when you hear your name, please come up to the stage. You will have a moment to take a picture, shake Mr. Ruttenberg's hand, and give some regards. All right, so let's shift our attention to a special group of trailblazers that are reshaping the very contours of finance, real estate, as well as the legal domain. Okay. All right, our first awardee is for the top 100 global leaders in finance. This gentleman is in a business solutions company that leverages analytics, extensive accounting expertise to provide consultation to startups and small businesses, boasting a cumulative 45 years of diverse business experience, ownership, and management. The professional team consists of entrepreneurs in the making of strategic decisions. Okay. And the first award goes to being accepted by Mr. Young Pham, who we heard speak earlier, goes to Finite Business Solutions.
Hello, everybody, again. This is our third year participating in this and getting recognized. I want to say that we do not take this for granted. Crossy and I want to take a second to thank, obviously, our spouses for putting up with us all these years, our awesome team back in Austin, Texas. You guys are the heartbeat of what we do. The fact that you guys can succinctly be the heartbeat of what we do is very important to us. And of course, I thank every year and probably every day all of our initial clients that took a flyer on a very small firm out of Austin, Texas, and allowing us to grow into a company that now is in 14 different states. So we're very blessed, we're very lucky, and we're hoping to continue along this momentum again. Thank you again.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Our next award for outstanding leadership in the sector of law is for the president and founder of TSI Legal Enterprises, is a licensed attorney admitted to practice in California, Washington, D.C., and the Court of International Trade. He is an internationally recognized expert in the field of law. May we please give a round of applause for Mr. Conan Higgins. Mr. Conan Higgins, are you present? We will accept the award on his behalf. Our next awardee, also for outstanding leadership in the sector of law, is the president and founder of MC Create and has a passion for international human rights. Let's give a round of applause for Davina Uchugawu.
Thank you, everybody, so much for having me today with My Create. And I really appreciate just being invited up here with all the other wonderful people who are attending. I want to thank my partner back in Houston, Texas. She puts up with a lot, taking care of our two dogs while I'm here for the week. And my son is here as well, supporting me. And yeah, I appreciate it all. I appreciate my micro team back at home as well. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right. Our next awardee is the Chief Legal Officer at NXU Inc., a leading developer and manufacturer of electric vehicles and utility grid industry batteries. Can we put our hands together for Jordan Christensen? All right, thank you, Jordan. Okay, next awardee. Joseph McRobbie is the founder of McRobbie ADR. He's an advocate, an entrepreneur, accredited mediator, and arbitrator with years' experience in various areas of law and business. Please come up and accept your award, Mr. Joseph McRobbie. Okay, looks like Mr. McRobbie is not here. We will accept his award on his behalf. Okay. Next in the law sector, we have Mary L. Jones, who's the executive director of Agora Community Services Corporation and a HUD certified housing advisor. Please accept your award, Miss Mary Jones.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's always a joy. This is my second time here, and it's just wonderful to work hard and know that there's others out here working just as hard. So I'm excited about meeting a lot of you and working with our communities out there because that's my heart is to make sure everyone has an opportunity for housing. And you'll hear more later on this afternoon if you come to my session. Thank you.
Congrats.
Right on. Very nice. Thank you, Mary. Next awardee in the sector of finance is Munir Puawan, is the Chief Product and Technology Officer at Cone Mobile, bringing over 20 years of IT experience in payments and technology with a focus on compliance and processing. Munir has revolutionized the electronic payments industry. Munir Puawan, come down and receive your award. Munir is also not present. We will hold that award and accept it on his behalf. Our next award, also in the sector of finance, is for the managing partner of Equity First LLC, a nationwide credit and financial solution center. With a successful real estate career and expertise in mortgage and real estate industries, Rhonda specializes in working with small businesses and consumers in the financial distress. Awesome. Please, Miss Rhonda Kilch, please come and accept your award. Miss Rhonda? All right, we will also accept her award. Moving right along, continuing in the sector of money and finance, our next awardee has an MBA, a CMA, and is a licensed independent insurance agent. She is specializing in Medicare and life mortgage protection insurance. Please give a round of applause for Cindy Murray.
Thank you very much. I'm honored. This is also my second time getting this award. So, can't fail to say thank you to my family and my husband, who supported me through working lots of overtime hours. So, and we're here celebrating our 23rd wedding anniversary. Can't think of a better way to do it. Thank
Congrats
you.
again on that too.
Thank you.
Okay, have a great one.
Right, thank you. Moving along in the money and finance sector, we are honoring the founder of ANCA. Come on up, Miss Norma Canales.
Thank you very much for this. I'm really excited, and this award goes to the ANCA team all the way in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize. Thank you very much, everyone, for making this happen. This goes to you.
Great, thanks. Congrats again.
Beautiful. Now you'll recognize this next awardee from one of our panel discussions earlier. She is the CEO and founder of RAD LLC, highly regarded expert in internal auditing and compliance. Please put your hands together for Rahika Lipton.
Thank you so much. And this is also my second year, so I appreciate this very much. It's always difficult to stay relevant and creative and push the line, right? So I want to thank my husband who has just been a great support to me, my family always. I started my own business after the age of 50, and I wanted to make a good example for my adult daughters to say, you keep pushing, just keep pushing. And most importantly, I want to thank my team because every time we talked about in the panel that I was in about HR and people management, I couldn't do what I do today without my exceptional team that executes all my visions and my strategies. So thank you to my entire team.
Congrats, great job. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
Next award in the sector of real estate is the CEO and president of Kepler Recapture, which is bringing a diverse range of skills and experience to her role. With a master's degree in physics and 30 years of research experience, she offers a strong foundation in scientific principles. Let's put our hands together for Debbie Lee Wilkinson.
Hello, yes. Uh, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the organizers for their recognition for my leadership as CEO in Kepler Recapture, and especially the hard work of my team. They've been spending the last couple of years really working on the problem of decarbonization with a fantastic solution that not only will be solving that, but other global problems, issues, and climate concerns. And it's a marine-based solution. So it'll be this big platform that eventually will become a city on the sea. So for the real estate people will be creating new real estate. Thank you.
Great. Congrats. Good job. Thank you.
Our next awardee is also from the realty sector, is an agent development director at Flux Real Estate in Seattle, Washington. With over 6 years of experience, she has closed over 175 transactions. Let's welcome to the stage Miss Megan Elizabeth Blum.
Thank you so much. Just wanted to give a quick thank you, one to my assistant Robin, who's here with me this week, as well as to my entire team that I mentor, if you were in our panel earlier, as well as the owners of Flux for just giving me the opportunity to have leadership opportunities to be able to mentor and continue growing and learning throughout this industry. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank
Thanks.
you so much.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, this concludes our awards ceremony. Can we give another big round of applause for all of our esteemed honorees? Congratulations, everyone. Okay, it is time for what everybody's been waiting for. It's lunchtime. We have some wonderful food prepared for you. You can make your way out of the doors. We will reconvene at 1:30 sharp in this room. Enjoy, everyone.
Here you go. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, great job turning the music up, and then when they speak, turning it off. Right? Because they get it wrong every single time, but that you did it like spot on, perfect. Awesome. Good to hear. Thank you. After lunch, we're supposed to put panel 6. I would leave them, but I don't know if we change batteries or whatever.
Yeah, thank you.
Mic check. This is a mic check on line 7. 1, 2. Hey, hey, that's good. Mic check. This is a mic check on line 8. Hey, 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 hey. Mic check on line 8. We're testing, testing, testing. And drops 1, 2. Hey, hey, mic 8. Check, 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 check. This is a line check on mic 2. 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. We have a line check on mic 2. Check, 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 check. Any drops? Hey, 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 hey. This is a mic check in the law and finance. Mic check, mic check, mic check. This is line number 4. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey. This is a microphone check on line 666. Hey, 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 hey. This is a check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a microphone check on line 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Microphone check on line 9, line 9, line 9. Phone check on line 3, line 3. Check, 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 check. Hey, hey. This is a microphone check on line 3, looking for drops. Hey, 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 hey. Any checks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is line 3. This is a microphone check on line 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a microphone check on line 5. Hey, 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 hey. All right, all mics on. This is line 2. Hey, hey, all mics on with line 2. All mics on with line 3. Hey, 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 all lines on. All lines on with mic 4. Check, 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 check. This is a mic check with line 4. All lines on with mics 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. This is a check. Hey, hey. All mics on with line 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. This is a check on line 6. Mic 7, hey, 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 hey. This is a mic check with line 7, on, on, on. Check, 2, hey, hey. 2, hey, hey. One, two, line 8, Q&A. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, line 8, Q&A, line 8, Q&A, line 8, Q&A, line 8, Q&A. I don't like that. We're getting drops. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. 9, line 9, Q&A, line 9, Q&A. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check, mic check. Hey, 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 hey. There's something going on here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is a new line check. 1 2. Hey, 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 hey. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check, 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 check. Daryl, are you there? Oh. 1 2. Hey, hey. Check, check. Check, check on podium test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, 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 check. Hey, hey, 1, 2.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back. Good to see your faces. We're going to get right to it. Keep the show running. All right. So now that we're all refreshed, let's begin with an insightful panel discussion. Today's topic is going to be the modern client expectations need novel legal solutions. As society evolves, so do our needs and expectations. And as legal professionals, it's our responsibility to provide innovative solutions that cater to these new demands. For this session, I would like to welcome our moderator, Cynthia Peterson. She is an attorney at Peterson Law and Quadros LLC. To fuel this insightful discourse along with our panelists, Davida Ukuchawu, president and founder of Me Create, Mary L. Jones, who's the CEO of Agora Community Services Corporation, and Michael Dubin, customer success manager and trainer at Law Bulletin Media, and Paul J. Criscolo, partner and general counsel at Caligy Law.
Everybody, we are excited that you have joined us this afternoon. And since it's after lunch, we know that we have to be exciting for you, right? I'm Cynthia Peterson, and I am an entrepreneur. I am a sole practitioner attorney of a law firm that divides retirement plans and divorce, which is a niche area of law. I also have a photo studio and art gallery and craft store, and I have an Airbnb, besides being a mom and a wife. So very busy, and so we obviously need to concentrate on clients, and that's what we're talking about today. If my panelists can introduce themselves.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Criscuolo. I am a tax transactional attorney. After spending the first 20 years of my career at Big Four consulting firms in New York City and New Jersey, where I developed a practice consisting of business and tax consulting, due diligence, deal analysis, strategy assessments, etc. I had the honor and privilege of consulting on over $500 billion of M&A transactions, including the largest equity transaction in history, the Verizon's acquisition of Verizon Wireless from Vodafone. Interesting side note, I worked on that deal in 2013. It closed in early 2014, and to this day, it's still the largest equity transaction in history by about $100 billion. After 20 years in Big Four consulting, I made a switch. I pivoted a little over 2 years ago, and I joined Caligy Law as a tax transactional partner and its general counsel. And I also serve as general counsel of Unblinded, which is our affiliated professional coaching training development, where we coach and train professionals on business growth and business development.
And our next panelist.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Dubin. I am not a lawyer. However, I am a customer success manager and trainer for a small, private legal information services business out of Chicago called Law Bulletin Media. One of the publications that's been around for over 150 years is the Chicago Daily Law Bulletin. It's a news publication resource in which a lot of lawyers and other legal professionals rely on to keep abreast to what's going on in the legal community. Outside of my daytime job, I am currently enrolled in a legal studies program focusing on both litigation and corporate paralegal studies, and I'm inspiring to go to law school in the near future.
And the next panelist.
different aspects of life that tie or come from having that housing that you need for your family.
Thank you. And our next and last panelist, least not least.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Davina Ugochukwu, and I am the executive director and founder of MyCreate. Through MyCreate, I run a few programs where I work directly with survivors of human trafficking, incubating, incorporating, and accelerating businesses around the advocacy work that they've been doing or that they would like to do. And that process looks like business coaching, incorporating, just learning how to operate a business. What does it mean, especially to sustain yourself if, traditional workplace may not be for you? I am also, well, I'm an attorney by trade, and I also work with a legal aid with survivors of human trafficking, providing civil legal aid in all types of different civil legal matters. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you. I am very excited because our panel is very diverse, and I believe that we can really delve into this topic. And what we're hoping to do is have some input from you as well today. So since it's after lunch, we're going to ask you to participate as well. So we're going to get started right away. Our first question that we're going to address is, how have clients' expectations changed in the last few years? And I will start off with that. As we know, we had a pandemic. Everybody knows that. And many businesses shut down, but the rest of them had to change. And our clients became more tech savvy. They all of a sudden were almost forced to deal with technology. And a lot of businesses were born out of COVID. My business, I started my law firm on April 20th of 2020. And because of the atmosphere of COVID, my business is almost all electronic and streamlined to be almost all online. But I was a customer service representative. So how do we keep that customer service care when we're dealing with technology? And so that is a struggle that I think law firms especially deal with, especially with attorneys that like to give advice and sometimes don't have a good bedside manner, so to speak. And so our clients expect not only that they will have the ability to have efficiency, but they also want transparency, they want honesty, and they want you to care about them. And so one of the things that you can do with your practice or in your business is keep that in mind, that no matter how much technology you use, you need to keep the fact that the customer wants to be respected and cared about as the thing that needs to be foremost in your mind. Paul, do you have any thoughts on that?
I do, and thank you for that, the question and the wonderful access to it. What resonates with me deeply, there's a session being held today at 4 o'clock by my partner, Sean Callaghy. It's the Showstopper session. And in the history of this conference, multiple years, multiple conferences per year, this is the first time they're actually bringing all of the separate conferences together to hear one speaker. And that's going to be my partner, Sean Callaghy, today at 4 o'clock. And the topic is, who are you and what business are you in? And historically, if you would have asked me in what I would call my previous career at Big Four, I started my career at KPMG. I was at PricewaterhouseCoopers for 14 years. If you would have asked me then what business I was in, I would say I'm a tax and transactional attorney. My clients are X. What I have learned working with my friend and partner, Sean Callaghy, is we are all in the people business. That is reality. All business is built on relationships. Teddy Roosevelt shared, Cynthia, you beautifully spoke about how people want customer service and how they want to be, feel like they're getting the service they want. Teddy Roosevelt said, nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. So the reality is we are all in a customer service business at a macro level. Whether you're an attorney, non-attorney, business leader, coach, trainer, marketer, you real estate agent, title company, you are in the customer service business. I've got the unique perspective of being both a tax transactional attorney where I service actual tax and transactional legal clients, and I'm also the general counsel. And in both of those roles, I'm in a customer service capacity. I have to service our tax transactional clients legally, and as general counsel, I need to service our internal partners, HR, finance, office leadership, etc. So yes, we are absolutely, again, whatever business you're in, we are all in at a macro level, the people business.
That's a great, Paul. Now, what about you? Do you think that the business that you're in is customer service related? How many think that the business they're in is customer service related? Every one of these hands should be up because every business needs to be customer service related. We need to keep in mind that our customers, they need to feel that we are meeting their needs. Does anyone else have anything to add to that before we move on?
Oh, I was going to say that because I work specifically with survivors of human trafficking, we do deal a lot with people who are low income. And so being able to, for me, be trauma informed is the best way for me to serve my clients, make sure that I am serving them the best way possible, and understand that trauma has affected some people in a myriad of ways. And so making sure that I am doing my job by recognizing certain triggers, dealing with them, but also saying, okay, we need to move on because your case needs X, Y, and Z, and these are the things we need to do to achieve X, Y, and Z. So what am I trying to say? So that for me is really what customer facing looks like from my point of view.
Excellent. Mary, you had something?
Yes, and you pretty much, she touched on it, is that we have to know what's going on in the world because it is going to affect your clients. And if you know what's going on with them or their particular area and space or whatever, then you'll be able to service them better. And that is customer services because you know what they're faced with or may be faced with, and you're always going to be prepared for it. So we have to do that in business because if not, we don't know who we're servicing.
Excellent. Does anybody else have any comments or questions about this question before we move on? Right. If you don't know what's going on around you, you can't solve your customer solutions, is what he said. And that is so true. We have to keep abreast of things that are going on, and we have to always be innovative. We always have to be progressive about things so that we are able to provide the best customer service. Now, customer service, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's excellent. I've been a divorce attorney for over 25 years, and that's something that I always say is that I'm sometimes a housing coordinator. I'm a counselor. I'm a job, career person. You have to meet the client where they're at. Now, the next question we're going to talk about is what is AI and is it taking over the world? The first person who's going to talk about that is Michael.
I'm chuckling a little bit because I think, as we all know, I mean, the concept of artificial intelligence, it's out there every day. Maybe it's because the news is reporting it, or a new article comes out, or, as we speak here in front of you and as you're engaging with us, there's already a new AI tool or thought that's already coming across that maybe is looking for that additional finance to be able to springboard them to a potential reality solution. So I want to kind of talk a little bit about just technology as a whole and then kind of lead into artificial intelligence. Well, I think as a few panels mentioned this morning, technology is broad. Understanding the nuances of technology is challenging. But technology, you think about it, we're all in some way, shape, or form glued to our phones, checking our emails, taking calls, surfing the internet. But what did we have before the iPhone? We had, I don't know, rotary phones. We had phones at our home, home lines. Maybe some of us had to go through a switchboard, and those switchboard operators they're not really in existence anymore because of the phone, or the car, or the airplane, or the train, you name it, or the refrigerator that was mentioned this morning. These are all technology advancements that have helped our society continue to grow. But to grow today in the artificial intelligence space, again, is challenging. What is artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence going to take over our job? I'm no expert. However, I do study it and I read up and I try to attend as many events. And from talking to individuals in the industry, I think we all know that artificial intelligence is here and it's here to stay to help us with maybe some of those remedial tasks, some of those tasking stuff that we have to go through that maybe is taking away from our ability to be more creative, to be able to solve in a creative fashion for our clients. And artificial intelligence is here to help out with that. There's study after study, and I just want to kind of point out a couple different things to really kind of paint a picture. Some examples of generative artificial intelligence include ChatGPT. We all know ChatGPT because it's what? The news is talking about it. We had ChatGPT 3. Now we're going on to ChatGPT 4 that maybe can do some sort of human emotions potentially. I don't know. I'm not here to say that it will be able to. Other stuff, creativity, like Midjourney and DeepMind. But really, how big is the AI market? Well, the global generative AI market is valued to be at 8.2, let me say $8.2 billion back in 2021, and is projected to reach 126.5 billion by 2031. What does that tell you? AI is here. It's growing. It's constantly being evolved. And where do we play a role in it? Well, we have to learn about it. We have to immerse ourselves with it. We have to understand what is AI and what kind of input we can put into it to get in return the output that we're looking for to help us and our clients be more successful. But as I end my quick chat with you all today, it became a realization of mine this morning over a coffee and a bagel that there is a young individual that has a great perspective on artificial intelligence from a coding perspective, and I would like to invite him up just to share a couple thoughts with you all today.
Mr. Chirozie Ugochukwu, kindly show yourself to the stage. This is my son. He's no, I didn't. He's 14 years old, and he can tell you a little bit about how. Yeah, go ahead. He can tell you.
All right, so I started coding. Well, I got the idea of coding in around 2020 of October. Mom, it was really you have to gain a lot of motivation to start coding, as well as when you like at the very beginning of programming, getting involved with all technical, getting involved with all the technical
Sorry, we did not prepare him from this today. Mhm. Go ahead, baby. Come on.
With all the technical parts of learning how to use a computer, learning how a computer works. Um, there's also many options you can choose from when doing all those technical type of situations.
Mhm.
Um,
So
me
can you tell us?
personally,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I
me
think you're about
personally,
to.
I started with Python. I know some people like to start with different programming languages such as Java, C Sharp, C++, and honestly, I really do recommend that you start with those harder programming languages as it does create a gateway to learning other programming languages that can be easier and more useful for different types of situations and different types of apps and programs you're trying to make. Um,
Can you tell everybody how you learned?
so I started learning with just a bunch of YouTube videos. I simply looked up, um, learned how to do Python, and I found this video called Learn Python in around 4 hours um, by freecampcode.org. Um, I also used another website called Code Academy, which is also extremely useful in people who like to read instead of watching videos or using examples. I feel like YouTube videos were better for me because I could see what they're actually doing and then practice while I while I programmed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We like to hear that our young people are getting involved, and you heard a lot of AI in there, right? Okay, now Paul has a perspective that he wants to bring in, the legal perspective on things.
Yeah, before I jump into that though, just a quick point on what Michael was sharing about how it's constantly evolving. And while I think it's important that we immerse ourselves in new technologies, I also think it's important to be careful about what we're immersing ourselves in. Um, how many people, show of hands in the room, have heard of or are familiar with Clubhouse? Raise your hand if you're familiar with Clubhouse. Okay, leave your hand up if you've been on Clubhouse in the last week. No one. About a year ago, maybe a little bit more, Clubhouse was the new best thing. They were adding millions and millions of customers a day. It was going to take over Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. And now nobody goes on it. So reality is, yes, be aware of these things. Just be careful about immersing yourselves too deeply in certain areas to the exclusion of other areas. And then just on the legal side of it, from an AI perspective, not legal advice, but from a legal perspective, the legal landscape of AI and technologies like it is completely barren right now. There's not a lot of specific legal laws, legal regulations around AI. So there's a lot of questions. There is one, I'm familiar with one law. It's a controversial law that was enacted in New York City. It goes into effect actually this month, and it requires anyone that's using AI to scan potential employees. If you're using AI, you have to go through a bias audit and a questionnaire before you could effectively use it. If you don't do the audit and the questionnaire, it's unlawful to use AI to scan potential candidates, because while AI is wonderful and beautiful and does amazing things in terms of efficiency, productivity, etc., it is somewhat biased.
Yep.
So again, that's one law I'm familiar with. The other legal landscape is still wide open. Courts have not addressed, a lot of the legal issues around legal responsibility, training and development, the quality of AI research. So just a lot from a legal perspective, a lot still to be determined.
Excellent. Now we have a microphone set up thanks to our wonderful production crew in the back. And if there's anybody who would like to comment or have a question about this topic, the AI technology, step right up to the microphone and you can join in on the discussion. And one thing that we wanted to make sure that people knew is that AI can help you become more efficient. It can also help you get more in touch with your clients, but in the end, we also have to be in touch with our clients. Is there anyone who would like to approach the mic? Yay!
Hi, everybody. I'm Silas. I also use AI with a lot of my clients, and mostly because I do a lot of data aggregation, and so it's very helpful in that way. So some of the things that I've been hearing is that the more information that you put in, um, the smarter it gets. And so is it just my information, my computer that's making it smarter, or is it everybody's?
Who would like to address that issue, that question?
I think it of course depends on what type of modality that you're using in terms of the artificial intelligence platform that you're using. If it's something like, Chat GPT,
I use Chat
which is
GPT.
open, it's an open source. So what it means by open source is that anybody can go in there and populate data and information, and you can access that information by, generating a queue or a question, such as the one that you brought up.
Yeah, no, you raise a beautiful example. Thank you for that. Because you could go online and find YouTube videos on this. On the old, I call it the old, on Chat GPT 3 or whatever it was too. So it's learning from humans. So on the old Chat GPT, you can go in and you could, and again, feel free to look it up on YouTube. You could put in what is 10 plus 9, and it will respond 10 plus 9 is 19. And then you could tell it, no, it's not. 10 plus 9 is 20, and it will respond, you're right, I'm sorry, 10 plus 9 is 20. And then if you ask it again, what is 10 plus 9, it'll tell you it's 20. They fixed that with Chat GPT-4, but that's just one example of it learning from humans. So yes, it does learn from humans. I think it's an open source, so it learned at least Chat GPT. So it learns from all humans. That's an example of it learns right and wrong sometimes. So again, not legal advice, just be very careful about what you're using it for and the accuracy of the information you're getting out of it.
Private. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it will take that information and data. Yeah.
So the second part of this question is why Chat GPT when you have Google?
When you have
Google, when you can do a Google search. I mean, so can you give me an idea of the
So
intensity?
yeah, I mean, I think um, from my perspective, what I use ChatGPT for is creating stories, words, etc. If you just wanted to look something up like who is George Washington, yeah, you could put it in ChatGPT and you put it in Google, it's going to get you the same answer. Okay, but if you do anything, I think more substantive than that, you're going to get a better answer, a better result, a more usable result out of ChatGPT than you are on Google, because Google's just ChatGPT will create an answer or a framework for you. Google's just going to give you links that you then got to go through and accumulate information on anyway. At least
Right.
that's my experience.
Right. And Davina, you wanted to
address something, and I think it'll touch on some topics that we'll hit on later. But so I work with survivors of human trafficking, but I also work with service providers who serve survivors of human trafficking because they need to be doing what they need to be doing in order to serve my clients better. And a lot of these service providers are forming new businesses, new nonprofits, new LLCs, or they're transferring their business to a different business structure. Well, what does that mean for me? So I have my full-time job. So I still work 40 to 50, 60 hours, my legal aid, and then in my love time with my nonprofit, I do what I need to do on that side. So if I have a client that comes to me and says, "Hey, can I use ChatGPT to create a bylaw framework, and then maybe one of your business attorneys can review it?" I'm like, "Please." Because then it relieves me a couple hours of going through whatever law, depending on if you're going to incorporate just at state level, if you're going to do nonprofit at a federal level as well. It helps me not have to look up and read business code and then try to translate that into what it is that you need. So Google cannot create this framework as Paul mentioned. However, these other types of AI can, and that does for me not a promotion, but I can see where it's useful in the work that I do and the work a lot of other attorneys do as well.
Michael, did you have something on that?
Yeah, the only thing I just want to kind of piggyback off of is definitely have the human review the output. Because if you don't review the output, you may fall into the classic trap of what happened. I think we all probably know in New York City, where um, they submitted a case and the judge scolded them because they found that ChatGPT produced it hallucinated, so it provided incorrect information, and they are getting some significant penalties as a result. So definitely make sure to provide that human review on any sort of contract document.
Right, and a lot of people use things like LegalZoom and Rocket Lawyer, and those will spit out legal documents. And frankly, I use Rocket Lawyer sometimes as a start to some of my documents because it's a lot easier to start with something that's already there and build from it. But when you do that as an individual and you do not know the regulations and you do not know the consequences of the language that you have put in there without even knowing what you wrote, um, then sometimes your business can be, get into trouble with the rules and regulations because of the way that it's drafted. And so that's why, as an attorney, I start to feel uncomfortable if somebody's going to totally draft something on their own that's a legal document without having somebody review it. And I think that that's one of the reasons why AI is never going to just take over the world, because we need that human touch for a lot of reasons. And Mary?
Yes, I just want to add to that because fear is the biggest thing out here that I've heard, especially with my clients. They don't know computers. Now we're talking about AI. So I can't catch up. Yeah. So just hearing that, knowing that hopefully we're on a path to avoid a lot or excessive garbage in, garbage out. That's what a computer is. Yep. So if garbage goes in, that's what's going to come out. How are we going to manage that to make sure that if our clients are, I'm saying, okay, this is something you could do, what do you have to look for? Look for the garbage. So get some confirmation, take it to an attorney, so on and so forth.
Thank you for saving our profession.
Just one quick question. What chat GPT do you all use?
Can we address that after them? Because we can individually meet with you and discuss that. That would be great. Thank you. I think we had one more person. Did you want to say something?
Yeah,
oh, go ahead. Sure, absolutely.
So, like you guys were saying when you were talking about the chat GBT, I found it very interesting when I've used it a little bit for research in my law classes, but I wondered how you all felt about it when it comes to security, because that was one of the first things that they taught us in our paralegal classes, and it is artificial intelligence after all, and the more we develop it, the more it will get its own intelligence. And so I wondered, how do you think or feel about security, when we're using it and it involves client case files and everything else like that? And how are we going to prevent, a breach in security and information unless law firms are going to have to develop the military grade level of security, like I saw when my husband worked on the base for so many years?
Paul, did you want to address that?
Yeah, I mean, that's all part of the legal landscape that's still undeveloped. So there's a number of areas that I think need to be addressed. Obviously, data privacy is one of them. And to the earlier point in the audience earlier, I would not put client data specific in there. I'd keep it hypothetical. I would not put client data anywhere on the internet, ChatGPT or otherwise. But that's one of the areas I think still needs to be played out from a legal perspective. There's a host of others. Copyright, IP, right? Like what's coming out of it? Who owns that? Is that yours? Is that some, cloud based? It's all of this legal landscape has not been developed, but from a data privacy perspective, it's a huge issue. And I would assume anything you put in there is going out to the public. And if you don't want it going out to the public, don't put it in.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to our next question, and that is, how have new clients and businesses been created by COVID and by other crises? Davina, let's start with you on that.
Yes, so as I mentioned, I think 3 times now, I do work with survivors of human trafficking, and because of the traffic situation, a lot of my clients have criminal backgrounds directly tied to their trafficking. A lot of my clients have traffickers who have wrecked their credit, and so traditional work pathways are just not available to them fast enough for them to be independent and sustain themselves away from their traffickers. So one of the ways that, and then I'm going to make a jump, then I'm going to make another jump, it'll all make sense. So there are a lot of services out there for survivors: housing, shelters, substance abuse centers. There's a lot of services, but what I noticed was there's not a lot of services for long-term stability, again, for those who don't have the same pathways to the workplace as others. So when I thought about MyCreate, I was really thinking about those survivors who were 2, 3 years outside of their situation. They were somewhat stabilized in housing, but they needed to find a way to sustain themselves day to day, year to year. A lot of folks do speaking engagements, performances, they go to conferences, they help put on events. What I also noticed was that they're not considered the type of business people that I saw them as. And so the way that they're using entrepreneurship in all the different avenues, a lot of people didn't recognize that as something that needed to be supported. So they were already being innovative. They already found some novel ways to survive, but I also wanted to make sure that they were being protected from a business standpoint, from a legal standpoint, which is why I created MyCreate. So the point was trying to find a novel legal solution that was not yet available. At this point, right now, it does appear that MyCreate is the only nonprofit that is working with survivors that provides incorporation of businesses. And so I work a lot with economic empowerment programs. They'll send their clients to me. We'll do some business coaching and understand business, how to run it, what are some of the legal foundations that you need to build, and then you can continue on with the acceleration process. And so that only came about because my clients were already being innovative. They just needed another legal solution aside from civil legal remedies. So that I hope that answers.
That's great. Mary, I know that you are in the access business, so tell us about that. As far as how do we have new clients and new businesses because of crises?
Well, they are formed from a need or a situation with the crisis itself. A lot of people, because they did lose their jobs, of course, or downsized to they just not making enough money to keep the bills that they already have agreed to pay, and have been able to get it back up there, they're turning to entrepreneurship. They need to have those. There was a session earlier about mentorship. So we provide that gateway or that path, whatever you're trying to achieve. Is not just housing. Housing is just the starting point because you got to get that out your mind. You have to know I've got that covered. Everyone wants to know they got that covered. Once you have that, then we want to make sure that you have some avenues to get the other thing you need, which is the ability to sustain. And that's been the biggest problem with a lot of families and households is the ability to sustain because everyone has had a crisis other than the ones we've had nationwide. You've had family crises. Well, how did you ride through that family crisis? Or did you? We want to make sure you understand the things you could do to ride through any crisis. And that is collaborating. For example, we collaborate with safety companies. Meadows, my associate here from Meadows Eastside, that's what she does. She deals with households and their security. Who wants to be secure when you walk up to your house? Everyone does. So you have to learn what is it that you're not doing that's not making you secure. So all of these things just fit together. So I believe that right now in every business out here, entrepreneurship should be elevated. It should be encouraged. It should be take a look at it because that could get them past that point. They may become employees again, who knows? But the thing is that it's satisfying that particular need at that particular time. Right now, entrepreneurship is what is happening because everyone has a talent or a skill that they might not have activated had it not been because of COVID.
And with customer service orientation, we can build them up and show them what their talents can end up resulting in something that will sustain them. So our last question, we only have about five.
If I could just jump
sure,
in
go
really
ahead.
quickly on that, I want to add an interesting side point about our business and COVID. So aside from the law firm, as I mentioned, we have Unblinded, which is the coaching, training, development company on professional growth and development, and we hold immersions, think networking events, but we don't call them networking events. We hold immersions throughout the year all over the world. We had an event in Grand Cayman in May. We had 100 people too. We have an event coming up this weekend in Jersey City, New Jersey from Thursday to Sunday. There's going to be 500 people attending it live and virtually. And interesting side note, if you're interested in that, see me after. Happy to talk to you about that. But we're an event business right now. Okay, our business was started in January of 2020. We held our first event in Secaucus, New Jersey. There were 1,500 people there. And the idea was this was going to be a live event business. Everybody knows what happened 2 months later when COVID basically shut everything down. And we're like, now what do? We can't have live events. So we pivoted and we created what we used to call The Real Raw. It's now called The Heart of Influence. It's an online show. It's a Zoom show that we put out on Facebook Live. We're up to 3 a day at this point. And it's an hour long. And think of it as I mentioned before, all business is built on relationships. We believe all relationships are built on shared experiences. Okay? How do you create the most efficient shared experience? Okay? So I could call up 5 people. I could see if they want to go to lunch somewhere. We could check calendars. We can get it on the calendar. We could then drive to the restaurant. We could spend 2 hours at the restaurant having lunch. We could pay for that. We could drive back to our house or our office. That takes a lot of time, right? We've collapsed that time by doing these online events, which were driven out of COVID, where we put 4 to 6 is our ideal number, of people on a show. And again, we're up to 3 a day at this point. And that show is a chance for you to meet other people you would want to do business with. And we get people on there. We do geographically and vertically specific. What I mean by that is I'm a tax attorney in New Jersey. It wouldn't make a lot of sense to put me on a show with a real estate agent in Idaho. We're probably not going to do business together, right? So we make it geographically and vertically specific where it makes sense for everyone to come together. It's an hour, and we've created a very efficient shared experience where hopefully everybody comes out of that and does business with each other. And we've collapsed the time frame around that. That all grew out of COVID.
Excellent, Paul. Thank you for not letting us forget that point. That was very important. We have about 3 minutes left, and we have one more question we're going to talk about very shortly, and that's how about the client who doesn't have technology? I know as an attorney, I live in a very small town. I have elderly people. They say, I don't use the internet. I don't use email. I don't have texting. I don't have any of that. So how do we, as business owners, help that client just as efficiently and just as well as with technology? I think, Davina, you had something about that, correct?
Yes. So one of the things that a lot of my clients run into is transportation and lack thereof, especially since COVID. A lot of things shut down. A lot of things have not picked back up. And so just making sure that they have access to computers or a phone for me to be able to speak with them has been very important. It's a way that we've used technology to, along with everybody else in the world, to kind of bring the legal services that we can provide to them. And that's been the biggest one so far, just making sure they have access to something, teaching them how to use it. So patience, education.
Excellent. And Mary, do you deal with that in your situation as well?
Yes, a lot. Most of them are seniors, but there are those that aren't seniors as well that just haven't been able to keep up with that with technology. But we do believe in a way to do some type of home visiting. So we do that. We have our uniforms. So if you go to someone's home, you want to make sure that they know that someone safe is coming to their door. So we have created that relationship with them already by doing telephone sessions, whatever else we have to do, or them coming to our office if they have to that one time. But then after that, they don't have to. We will go to their house. We'll do everything, especially Zoom court. Zoom court took people through all kinds of imaginary fears. They did not know what was going to happen. And after the court, they probably still didn't. But the point is that we were there. We helped them set up the computer and we helped them be on the computer during the court session. We were, just there, but in case a computer died or something, we could bring it back up. But that's about it. But we made sure they were able to be at court, and then they were able to then take it from there. And any type of other services, we are a HUD certified housing advising agency. I don't think I said that because we do so much. Because there are a lot of areas of housing. There's homelessness, there's rental, there's home buyers, there's those that are transitioning that needs a time to regroup. So bottom line is we want to know what is going on, what is possibly some of our clients are going to have to be faced with and have a solution for them, even if it's just a referral to another service.
Excellent. I hope you guys have enjoyed our talk this afternoon. You can see all of the panelists later. If you would have any other questions or discussions, we would love to meet with you. And we thank you for attending our panel this afternoon.
Yes, we do.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you, panelists, for that very engaging discussion. Well, the upcoming session is definitely controversial. I want you all to bear with me. The topic is debunking the myth of reverse discrimination, how discrimination is always discrimination and every individual deserves equal treatment. We ask that you listen with an open mind and heart and without judgment. With no further ado, let's welcome our speaker to the stage, Mr. Gregory Williams, who is the Youth Motivational Public Speaker at the Greg the Speaker, LLC.
All right. Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
Greg.
much. Thank you so much. Yes. Greg, the Speaker, LLC. Talk about entrepreneurship, right? That's my entrepreneurship right there. Thank you. Thank you. How's everybody? Good. Good. Yes. This is a great concert, a great conference. Great conference. Really nice. It's great to see so many different people, so many different nationalities and everything. It's just great. I love it. I love it. Well, again, my name is Gregory Williams. Gregory Williams. I am retired lieutenant from the New Jersey State Police. I served 32 years there. Prior to that, I was in the military, served in the military as well. So I have a lot of experience, and I'm a black man, right? So I have had a lot of experience. We talk about discrimination. When I first received that request, I was like, wow, okay, discrimination, well, okay. It happens, it happens. It happens to me often. It has happened to me often. But also it happens to everybody, So um, we all were created equal. And so we all should be treated that way. So let me tell you a little bit about this picture here that I have up here. This is me when I was a lieutenant before I retired. with Attorney General for New Jersey. He served 4 years, Gruwall, Attorney General Gruwall, and we were there together. Um, just wanted to tell you some stories about my background and what I experienced, um, and what I do now. You know what I do now. I am a youth motivational speaker. You say, well, why the youth? Well, I believe that youth need to have a foundation set so that they can grow up and do things the right way. You agree? You know, I mean, we're all creatures of habit. And so what happens is that we learn, I do mentoring too, mentoring as well, mentoring and boxing coaching, right? And we learn from what we see. We learn from watching. A lot of times in the gym, I have my trainee just watch this person spar, watch this person box, so that you can learn. And we learn from those things. Um, Even more importantly, is at home. When young people are at home, their parents, they learn from their parents, and they kind of take on what their parents were doing. So, we're in a country wherein we're in a process. We've been in a process for years, and some homes are different than other homes. You understand? So it's like if they're watching something and they're seeing something because their grandmother, grandfather did it, then they're going to do the same thing. So we have to be conscious of that and what we show and what we allow them to see. So that's why the youth mentoring is so important to me, because I want to build that foundation. I'm the father of two daughters, very proud of my two daughters. One is a student doctor, soon to be a doctor. She's soon to graduate. My other daughter is entrepreneurial. She does hair and makeup, styling. So I'm very proud of my two daughters. And I am happy that I actually feel as though my ex-wife and I kind of demonstrated some things to my daughters at a young age so that they can see it, and they grew up and went to college and did things the right way. Um, but I wanted you to see this picture with Gruwall. At the end of my career, I was in the office of the colonel doing community outreach and engagement. Community outreach and engagement was my job at the end of my career with the state police. And very proud of that. Very happy about that. Just last week, actually was awarded with National Stop the Violence Alliance. National Stop the Violence Alliance in Camden. I don't know, has anyone ever heard of National Stop the Violence Alliance? Okay. Well, it's a program in Camden, and we work with the youth in the community, helping them to grow up on that right track. We've traveled to different countries with the youth, and just last week I was awarded there. But not only me, right? Not only was I, the colonel from the state police was there, the lieutenant colonel was there, uh, Colonel Callahan, our colonel with the state police. He actually, kind of telling my age here now. Um, I was his instructor at the academy when he went through. And now he's gone on to be the colonel, superintendent of the state police. Um, so yes, so that's my picture there with Gruwall. You can go to my website there. I tell you, on my website, it talks about, I have a little saying up there about that journey to success is full of ups and downs, right? Oh my God, yesterday, trying to get here, I didn't get here until like 3 o'clock this morning. Trying to get here with the weather the way it was, and the cancellations of flights and delays of flights. Uh, it was really full of ups and downs. I was like, I didn't know at one point whether or not I was going to make it. I didn't know whether I was going to actually be able to get here in time. So it was nerve wracking. But I tried to. I said, let me, I talk about these things, I teach these things, I mention these things. Let me stay calm. Let me just stay calm, okay? And it's all going to work out. So we finally did get here, like I said, like 3 o'clock this morning. But that journey to success is filled with challenges, right? But this is my website, Greg the Speaker LLC. I do youth motivational speaking, mentoring, and boxing coaching. So, hey, you want to check it out, and if you need someone to speak, here I am. But this subject is like I said, when he first gave it to me, I was thinking, wow, you know, I've experienced that discrimination, um, and I know others have as well. No one in here is more important than the other person. You know, if I could, I would just have everyone, and I might, just stand up and introduce yourself. I've told my story here. I got up here and I told my story, but you also have a story. I heard you say that. Was that yes earlier? We all have a story, and we all are to be respected. God created us. I'm a believer, so God created us, and we're all equal. One of the things that helped me was my parents. My parents and what they demonstrated and what they showed me helped me. We grew up in the inner city, right? Inner city of Trenton, New Jersey. Growing up in the inner city, we were in the community, and my parents were community committee man and committee woman. So the Mayor Arthur Holland, I don't know anyone from New Jersey, you might remember Mayor Holland, Mayor Arthur Holland, he would come to our house. Our house was like the safe house before they started talking about safe houses. So he would come to our house, and he would have meetings with the members of the community. And I saw this as I was growing up. I saw this. I saw my parents working in the community, trying to help our people in the community. So it was something that I saw as I grew up. I also was involved in the church, okay, growing up in the church as well. People go to church. How many people go to church here? Yeah, okay. All right, so you know what it's like. You grow up in the church. So my grandmother was a Sunday school teacher. My mom was a teacher as well, Sunday school. And so graduated my grandmother's class and went to my mom's class. So these are the examples that I had. These are the examples that I saw. So I would go out. We would be helping people go out to vote. We'd be going knocking on doors and getting people out to vote in the community. And I saw this. So it became natural to me. And I also knew that my father had served in the military, in the Navy, in World War II. And I knew that my grandfather, who lived around the corner, now can you imagine? You got your parents here, they're always home, mother and father, and my grandparents around the corner. And they too were actively involved. So I'm seeing this as I'm growing up. My grandfather also served in the military in World War II, in the Army. So what do you think I did? I ended up serving in the military. It wasn't like I was doing it simply because, hey, my dad did it, so I'm going to do it. No, it was almost like natural within me to just serve in the military. Served active for 4 years, 2 years inactive. The space shuttle Challenger that exploded, remember that? Was on that rescue mission. Served there. Served over with the battleship Jersey. The battleship, that's a museum now, over in Beirut, in the Mediterranean Sea. I was on the fast frigate, USS W.S. Sims. Served on the USS W.S. Sims as a radioman, communication specialist. So I was communicating ship to ship, ship to shore. But again, I got involved in this. Why? Because I wanted to do it, but when I think back, I was influenced by what I saw my parents doing, right? So I did that. Now, my father did not. Oh, this is a good story right here. He actually wanted to apply for the state police, right? But he wasn't able to. You know why? Know what they said? He was too short. Okay? He was too short. Paul McLemore, Trooper Paul McLemore, attorney, Judge Paul McLemore, was the first African American trooper in the state police, the first black male trooper in the state police. The state police started in 1921. We just celebrated, a couple years ago, we celebrated 100 years. Um, but Paul McLemore was that first trooper, first black trooper in the state police in 1961. And the state police started in 1921, 40 years right there, right? I had the pleasure and the honor of meeting. He's still with us. He's close to about 83, 85, something like that. But I actually had an opportunity to meet Mr. McLemore, well, Judge, because he served in the state police, and he was the first. So a predominantly white organization, but he served 15 years. And then he had gone back to school. He was going to school at the time, and he decided to go ahead and become an attorney. And he became an attorney, and then he went on to become a judge. But I want to recommend to you, or ask of you, if you would, you could check out the video clip on the Instagram, New Jersey State Police, interview series with Colonel Callahan and Paul McLemore. Very, very interesting skit, very interesting video clip. And he doesn't hold back. He tells his story. He doesn't hold back. He tells his story. And, I was reading up on it. I'd seen it before, but I was just checking on it, and I saw where it said the colonel offered an apology to McLemore for what he experienced. But very nice guy. And like I said, he doesn't hold back. He tells his story. And yeah, check that out, please, on Instagram. It's pretty interesting. I think you'll learn a lot about what it feels like to be discriminated against. That's what I'm talking about today. That's the topic. Debunking the myth that, reverse discrimination doesn't exist. Well, discrimination exists. Everybody can be discriminated against. Anyone can be discriminated against. So it's not like it's only happening here and it's not happening there. We have people in here right now, Joe, that could tell stories about what they have experienced and that reverse type of discrimination. But it's alive and well. Affirmative action just canceled. That's it. Not going into any details with that. But it happens to all of us. We all are created equal. All are created equal. My career in the state police was just outstanding. I had so much. Now, it's a predominantly white organization. The larger majority of our troopers are white men and women. That's a fact. But I had an outstanding career in the state police. And I want to acknowledge and give a thanks to Colonel Callahan right now. Colonel Callahan, I trained him in the academy, right? At the end of my career, he's the colonel, superintendent of the state police. I'm a lieutenant in his office. Community outreach and engagement, helping to bridge that gap between the community and law enforcement. So I really appreciate all he did. Just last week, we were together in Camden. We received awards from National Stop the Violence Alliance, and he did an outstanding job. But that was it gave me an opportunity. It gave me an opportunity to serve my communities with something that I was truly passionate about helping people understand. Let me tell you how I got involved in this speaking, how I got involved in the training. I was instructor at the academy. I would make motor vehicle stops, and the people would be upset with me. Like, okay, you were doing like 60 in the 25-mile zone. Why are you stopping me? What are you stopping me for? And so that's just a little example of what they would say, things like that. And I'm like, wow, I mean, to myself, I'm like, wow, they don't understand. The sign says 25 miles per hour, and you're going 60. But now you're arguing with me. Now you're upset with me because I'm doing my job. What I realized, and that's only one small example. There were other things that would happen, and they were like upset with me. And I'm like, I'm doing my job. But what I realized is that they don't understand. They didn't understand what the law says. And so I think we all know, I think we have several attorneys in here, right? The law is in black and white. It's documented in black and white. And if it says you can't make a right turn on red, then you can't make a right turn on red. And then in law enforcement, what are we doing? We're enforcing that law that's in black and white. So, but they didn't understand. So I said, wow, these people, upset with me and everything, and so forced me to write 2 tickets, 3 tickets. Like, okay, let me do something about that. What can I do about that? Let me become a community outreach person. Let me go and start working in communities so I can help educate those people who didn't understand what the law says. It's in black and white. It's written, it's documented. You have to obey that, So I ended up going back to school and finishing, and got my degree in criminal justice. So, but the law is in black and white. It's documented. But I found that they were not understanding that. So I decided there's a need for me to do community outreach and engagement. And therefore, I became a community outreach and engagement specialist because that was needed. And I'm proud of those that are still doing it because there's a need for explaining what the law says because it's in black and white. It's plain and simple. You just have to enforce it. Now, when we talk about discrimination, is it always enforced? We have discretion. As a law enforcement officer, you have what we call discretion. You have discretion. The law's there, right? It's in black and white, but you have discretion. You can, does that happen? It happens. Yes. It happens. But we have that discretion. So I guess that answers that question. But what I want to do, what I want to encourage today, you're not youth, you're adults, well educated, and attorneys, and we have to do our part. We have to do our part to set that example that all people are created equal. We have to do our part. We have to show that we can get along, that we can work together. I love it. I love the diversity of us working together and sharing. And that's what I want to encourage. I want to encourage us to work together so that we can do what we can do to make things better as far as that discrimination is concerned. Because it's a part of life and it's happening. But I want you to train your children, train your grandchildren, set that example. And I believe that you have. I believe that this group here has done that. But I want to encourage you to do that because it has an impact. That has so much of an impact. When I'm mentoring and training for mentoring, I talk about how, again, watching someone, it helps you understand the effect that you can have. And I personally was affected by it. So what I want to do again, everyone here is of high value, and I'm glad to see, so many of you here. Thank you so much. But I respect each and every one of you, and I will hope that every one of you would respect me, because we all were created equal. You know, no one's better than another person. We all were created equal. I just want to see, show of hands if someone has a comment or a question that they want to pose regarding what we're talking about right here today. Yes, Joe, speak up, stand up, Joe, so we can. Here's the mic right there. You can get the mic right there. Thank you.
The one thing that a lot of lawyers won't even touch is if you're a white man uh, and you're discriminated against. One thing people don't understand is that if you have a small group, 8 people, every one of you could be a member of a majority or a minority. And the majority, uh, Alexis de Tocqueville, in his book Democracy in America, classic work, worried about everybody, about the United States being the tyranny of the majority. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, especially the Bill of Rights, protects each individual, not a group of people. Remember that, and that anybody here can be a member of the majority, and majority can discriminate against anyone, and anybody here can be a member of a minority.
Yes, great. Joe, thank you so much, Joe. Yes. Okay, how many? All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. All right. We're down to a minute, so we'll finish strong. Yes.
I w- I've got to back up on mine. I'm loud.
Okay.
I had a situation where my son was in kindergarten, and it was at a Christian Lutheran school, and he was the only white child. And otherwise, it was 100% African American. I didn't have a problem with that. But I found out halfway through the year that the teacher stopped talking to me. She was also Caucasian. And at the end of the school year, she apologized and she said she got in trouble because one of the other parents told the administration that she only talked to the white mother. I pulled my child out.
Yes.
Because I felt that everyone should have had equal opportunity in that school, no matter who they were, and
right.
they were
Everyone
creating
should.
the non-diversity then.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But again, we were created equal, and we all should have the right that everyone else has. All right. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Greg, for that very provocative conversation. We need to have these tough conversations sometimes. So, moving on in that same vein, without a doubt, unity and diversity is a burning topic of our time. As we take a hard look at the complexities and nuances of our society, it's clear that real change doesn't just start with acknowledging diversity, but actively including people. Our next session is a groundbreaking panel discussion on the topic Inclusion is the key to making diversity work. All right. So help me to welcome to the stage. Our moderator for this conversation is Jeannie Caesar Fabian, who is the Chief Legal Officer and Head of Private Equity at Enzo Advisors. And she'll be joined by panelists Jessica Atkinson, who we heard from before from Will Be Effect, Paul J. Criscola, who is Partner and General Counsel of Callagee Law, We have Jonah S. Lemons, who is the founder and CEO and managing director of Launch Your Inner Wealth, and Jim Briggs, who is the founder of GOB Network, and also Natasha Rishma Porin, Assistant District Attorney of the Queens District Attorney's Office in New York. Welcome, panelists.
Just wanted to make a slight adjustment. Caesar, or Jeannie Caesar, who was supposed to moderate due to weather, wasn't able to make it. However, I'd like to ask Litsa Bowden to help us with the moderation today and also give her the opportunity to introduce herself to us and thank her for her quick hit in helping.
Okay, now it's working. Okay. So I'm Litsa Cristina Boden. I am the CEO of Shining Lights Counseling and also a board of director member of the Will Be Effect. So I'll be moderating today. Last minute job, but it's okay. We're going to keep it moving. So the topic is inclusion is the key to making diversity work, right? So we're going to start this conversation with the question of how is inclusion different from diversity and why is it important? So I know, Jessica, you have spoken to many different companies around their organizational change and improvement in your work. So can you please tell us how is inclusion different from diversity and why is it important?
Hello, everybody. Definitely welcome to the conversation. We'll do introductions after I answer this question. But yes, definitely excited that organizations have made the investment through their ESG efforts to really expand the racial and ethnic mix within their organizations. And that is diversity, right? That different people are in the room just like today, right? And that is the first step, right? Is the ability or to have everyone present. So what we're here today to talk about, because there's been so many conversations about how do we increase the diversity of or the difference of the people, right? But let's talk about once you have them there, how do we create an inclusion of those people into the workplace environment, into the infrastructure? And so, to use a different word, inclusion means to allow those voices to be heard. And I really want to take a step back here because this lays the foundation for this conversation today. Inclusion is the way you listen, right? So the bottom level of listening is pity. Man, I'm sorry to hear that happen to you, right? And that is a form of being aware and have heard someone, right? But then the second level would then be sympathy. It's like, well, man, I feel bad that that happened to you, right? So it's bad that happened to them. Now it's bad it happened to you. That's sympathy. Empathy is when you believe what they said, right? Because just because you feel bad for them, just because you understand they feel bad, the empathy is when you believe that how they feel and you believe that what happened actually exists. This is a layered form of how to get there. The last step is compassion. And compassion is this ability to actually take action. I'm sorry that happened to you. I can't believe, I feel bad that you're going through that. Let's figure out what we can do. This is inclusion. So I will turn it back over, but I hope that that helps to guide this conversation here today a little bit.
So now that we have the base, I'm going to have all the panelists introduce themselves so that we could get a better perspective on their answers. So we're gonna start beside me and go down the line.
Thanks. My name is Jim Biggs. I'm the founder of a educational nonprofit platform called the GOB Network, where we use real estate as a tool to teach financial literacy and how to create generational wealth and passive income.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jonah Lemons, and I'm actually very glad that we're sitting together because that's sort of the space I'm in. It's a lot of the financial and investing literacy, which then really represents the ideals of inclusion. And so we started it as a obviously nonprofit when you're educating. It's called Launch Your Wealth. And today I've founded Ashtree Capital, which is actually rooted from our family's history. So I'm in the finance, real estate, but more importantly, I think I'm here for the educational and really the mission and vision. And so this really resonates with me. So thank you for having me.
Hi, everyone. I am Natasha Puran, and I am a prosecutor from New York. So I think I might be the only government attorney here, and I'll be talking a little bit about the public sector today. Um, and I am also, in my role as a prosecutor in New York, I also do diversity and inclusion for the New York State Bar criminal justice section. So prosecutors and defense attorneys. I work on D&I efforts in that regard.
Excellent, thank you. I will be brief for those of you that were here about a half an hour ago when I was on another panel. Paul Criscuolo, I'm a tax transactional partner with Callagee Law, which is a full-service law firm operating throughout the U.S. We've got offices in 5 states. I am also general counsel of the law firm, and I am general counsel of our affiliated company, Unblinded, which does professional coaching, training, and development in the space of, again, professional growth and building your business.
Hello, everyone. Jessica Atkinson also spoke on a previous panel, but we definitely have a little bit of a different audience. So I'm the CEO of the Wilby Effect. Essentially, we have 2 main product lines. One is project management built on a return on investment model that we help all organizations in different industries be able to build out how to get from A to B from a transformation perspective, be it business or in the technology space. I also have another component, which is public speaking and workshops for women's empowerment, and also for topics like this, where we talk how to create mental health and safe spaces within the workplace. So as leaders or people leaders, we are often first responders for our employees, right? About their immediate trauma or situation that's happening, and my company helps with that. My background is 20 years in corporate America and project management from a people leader internationally offshore, and I also am a human rights advocate and work to foster marriage equality globally. So thank you.
Okay, so piggybacking on the first question of, how is inclusion different from diversity? I want to ask, what have you seen in terms of the general systemic challenges or misconceptions that company leaders may face when striving to improve their firm diversity practices? I know it's a lot, right? Loaded question.
All right. Systemic. I think that is the bottom line, right? Is understanding that the infrastructure is built at a time when many different races or ethnicities did not have certain rights or privileges. So we qualify that, or the term that we use is systemic. What we hope to all achieve here today, right, is how to overcome these systemic realities, right? How can we forge past them and bridge better foundations for the people that help run our organizations and for ourselves? So when I think about some of the misconceptions, is that when we look at inclusion, is to think that if we have a diverse group, that all of a sudden, then we are being inclusive. I let you in the door, therefore you're included, right? And to really break this down and understand that inclusion is the voice, right? Is your reaction to what can be said, and does that person have a power to move the needle in a certain direction? So the what I want everyone to take away again is this voice of inclusion means how do we impart and bring in these voices? So as a project manager, I can go on a call and there's 20 people on a project team. I say, hey guys, anybody have any risk or issues? The loudest voice says, yeah, this. And there's all the quiet people that say nothing, right? Retaliation might be the reason they say nothing, right? They may have strong opinions and they're worried about their job. Like there's all these reasons they don't speak up. So what we want, so inclusion is the ability to create the safe space for that voice to be heard and for us to really believe and then to respond, right? So a good project manager may take an extra step to maybe go around and ask everybody, hey, do you have a risk? Okay, you don't, and to like confirm that from each person to really encourage those voices to be heard. So I wanted to highlight that.
So, Jonah, how do these issues affect professional? Huh?
Yeah, I was just going to jump in real
Go
quick
ahead.
because I think Jessica framed the issue so perfectly. There is a difference between diversity and actual inclusion, right? Diversity gets you through the door. That doesn't necessarily mean you get a seat at the table. So there is a clear distinction between both of them. And you gave such beautiful access to listening earlier. And that's what part of the framework on what we coach and train on at Unblinded. We call it level 5 listening. And that's truly listening to someone, not only what they're saying, but what they're not saying, right? So I won't dive through all the examples, but level 1 listening would be the following. I like the New York Yankees. Your response would be, oh, I like the Mets, right? That's level 1 listening. You're not connecting congruently and deeply with the person. There's obviously 5 levels to where you get, not only are you hearing what they're saying, you're hearing what they're not saying. And I think Oprah framed it so perfectly. Oprah said the reason she held the microphone for 25 years and thousands of people is for one simple reason. I see you, I hear you, and what you say matters to me. And I think that, Jessica, was what you were driving into on truly listening to people and hearing what they're saying and what they're not saying and connecting with them deeply.
That's great.
To piggyback off of my fellow speakers, that is the biggest thing I think anyone can take away from this panel in response to what are people, once they get to the table, what are they not saying? What are they not saying? The next step is what efforts can any company take, any organization take to have their voice be heard even when they themselves are not speaking? And what is the reason that they are not speaking? Is it that they are afraid of retaliation? Is it that they have a different opinion than those already at the table because they come in with a different perspective and they're afraid to be the lone wolf? That's a common one. They come from a very different background, with a different perspective, and then they're afraid to say theirs because it may not fit in with what is already at the table. And one way I think it's been, in my experience, been impactful and been helpful is to often sort of set up what Jessica mentioned, these types of safe spaces exactly for those non-conversations. And what that looks like per organization is going to always be a little different. but it's important to have. It might be some types of organizations within organizations, some in the public sector, and other firms like to have set up sort of, I call them student councils, but where, for instance, an Asian American organization or a South Asian organization, and they'll sort of gather together and they can sort of let their voices be heard through that. So even when they're not speaking up or they're afraid to speak up, uh, their voice can still be heard from at that silent table.
I'd like to speak on that as well.
Go ahead.
You know, the inclusion. I like the way that it was highlighted. So thank you all. I just wanted to add on that for me, where I stand with inclusion in the workplace, corporate, whether we look at it as micro and macro, corporate entrepreneurship, financial, wealth, all of those things in the ecosystem that really enables us to function as human beings. It's in the ideas. I don't see the color or the race, perhaps, maybe it's contrarian to that. And I can dive deeper into that as we go into this. But I just wanted to say that, with the ideas, respecting the beliefs, and it's not so much of working so hard to push a mission in our companies, in our businesses, in the way we function, in the services that we offer, or our professional roles in our duties, such as, for example, in your role, with what you do as a prosecutor. I really believe that it's in the ideas and the experience that we can offer to create an opening to that inclusion idea. So I just wanted to compliment all of you on that.
So everybody's saying create that space for your employees, right? And also read the room as you are a manager or CEO of the company, read the room, see, pay attention to your employees so you can see what's affecting them, why they're not speaking. That's all important. So Jonah, how do these issues affect professionals from underrepresented communities in the context of their ability to build wealth through investments? So there are such disparities in generational wealth across various demographics. What is the impact there? And how can companies become part of the solution?
Ooh, that's a heavy question
Yes.
without going politically incorrect, because I have a lot to say on that from the time that I've been in this space, 20 years plus, minus maybe the time that I decided to be a mom, but working and learning has never really stopped. So I'm going to be politically incorrect, so I apologize ahead of time, but I say that sincerely. I think with the generational wealth, the underserved, the underrepresented, the underbanked, that was one of the things that really pushed me in 2020 during the pandemic. It really gave me a lot of clarity to understand, and I'm still understanding it today. I've just really been blessed to be in a, support system where my family, my kids, as part of the inspiration, and maybe not everyone will have that experience. But for me, when I look at families, when I look at the hardworking Americans that go out there and they work in construction, which is, by the way, it's high-paying job, Jim, right? You know that. But they work so hard. So when you're talking about generational wealth, and we're not opening the doors to really represent what they could be earning, what they could be getting as far as services, kind of going beyond what it looks like outside of what they maybe are looking at, the impression. And I'll give an example to it just to kind of conclude my reply to that. I was wondering to myself, when you see commercials and billboards about banking services, one thing that really hit me is I don't see families, I don't see people in a realistic way to really promote what is banking, what could it mean to that person that is in construction, what can it mean to that person that has maybe 6 kids like myself. or what could it mean to someone that maybe they're not, in the best job, but they want to bank with that bank, or make more money, or maybe learn how to invest their money. And so I really feel like there's some barriers still left over, and it takes like Jim's work and perhaps my work to kind of push some of those conversations, and presence on social media, but also creating that safe space, which is apparently what, we're all kind of coming in with a takeaway here. And really, the generational wealth has to begin with the education. The politically incorrect form of my response would be, we're not going to win against Federal Reserve. We're not going to win against the politicians that is running these systems. We're not going to win against these governments, because that's their role. But the good side about that, which is shifting our perspectives as entrepreneurs, as innovators, as leaders, as business owners, as company CEOs, and we get to make those decisions from a leadership standpoint, from a management standpoint, which is really focusing on the inner part of the system that we can create and build. Because Federal Reserve is privately owned. So we're not at their table to make those decisions. So when they decide to increase inflation, when they decide to bring us, this new centralized, digitized currency that perhaps maybe can pose as a danger later on, there's just so many question marks. And so I think we need to look at it from the inner workings that we can do, what we're good at, of course, never focus on what we're weak at, because I think there's always so many human beings out there that's going to be more talented, more intelligent than we are. And I think creating that safe space, the representation that we can create, especially in the investment and wealth creation sector, will really, really be the beginning of a new change. Until then, we have to accept the fact that we can't rely on other systems that's not going to be on our favor. So I think when it comes to wealth, just to conclude on that, we have to look at the representation more than anything, because that will create that welcome to even take a step to that door of whatever you're opening it for. So that would be my response to that.
Anybody want to add anything else to that?
I would just mention, since we bring up generational wealth into the conversation, that really highlights another part of this, which is the equity, right? And we've all heard the statistics, right? White women, women in general, right? 70 cents on the dollar. Black women, 62 cents on the dollar. Hispanic, going down, lower, lower. We've all heard those, right? So if general wealth, this is just math, right? If we're not able to be paid the same value for the same work, we're not going to have the same ability to increase and to strengthen our generational wealth. That's just math. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that a little bit as another portion of the complexity.
Yeah, I'll also chip in a little bit. There's certain things that as society we talk a lot about, and we talk about how complicated the issues are, how nuanced the issues are, and how hard it is to make changes. And if you think about poverty, that would be a classic example of things that we have not figured out. We don't seem to have good answers on fixing, and is very systemic. But if you're wanting to talk about diversity, I think that's a very different conversation than inclusion. I think inclusion, we spend too much time trying to make it a complicated issue. It's not a complicated issue. We just simply have to decide that we're going to do it. And I know I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm trying to say that as, one of the, on a panel talking about diversity, I'm probably the last person that should be up here. But it's people that look a lot like me that just need to make that decision. This is not hard to figure out.
So, Jim, have you seen these challenges play out in your business, and how have you addressed inclusion within your company's culture and practice? How has this changed?
So for me in particular, who I am and what I look like are two very different things. I represent the classic old white European male in the boardroom, but I was born in Tennessee and grew up in orphanages and foster homes. I'm very, very lucky to be where I am today. Um, but in my personal business, I've worked as an entrepreneur most of my life, but I have been in corporate America for probably 12 to 15 years of my adult life. And I've always been drawn to uh, the people that were like me. They may not have looked like me, but they thought like me. They came from similar backgrounds as me. And I had more in common with them, even though I didn't look like a lot of them. And then when I married into a culture that, into the Latin culture that, again, I felt I had more in common with. And I'm still, even where I am today, my brain is still just a poor hillbilly kid that's barefoot running around gravel roads in Tennessee, even though I'm lucky to not be there. And my companies personally, um, on my existing board of directors for the GOB network, I'm the only old white guy there. You know, we have a lot of color, a lot of women, and look, we know growing up, the people that nurture us, the people that are the most caring, the most understanding, are not our dads. Our dads who we go to when we need a kick in the ass to get going. But when we are the type of person that needs to be pulled along, cajoled, giving a pat on the back, it's always our moms. And we don't have enough of that in corporate America. And we don't have, and it's really not hard for us to do. I don't understand why there is the difference. There's not a good excuse for it, other than just taking a deep, hard look inside at ourselves. And have we made progress? Yeah, absolutely. But why? Why does it need to take this long? And the sad news, folks, as much progress as we've made in my lifetime, we're going backwards. You know, some of the recent decisions on the courts, we're going backwards. And if we don't wake up as a greater society and take more action and be more active in voting and being part of the solution instead of just being too busy to care, being too busy running our own lives, being too busy running our own businesses, then we're going to lose that. And we've already lost momentum. We need to get some of it back.
Anybody want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just a quick point. I want to acknowledge Jim on that and the wonderful discussion around it. I mean, to Jim's point, it's not difficult, but it does require some realization and true understanding of the issue, and then the ability to address the issue. So, for example, you know, you may, and I've seen it. I've worked at big four consulting firms. I've worked at a law firm. I've, you know, represented clients, big, small, and everywhere in the middle. So even those that are intending to be diverse and inclusive, I'll give you an example. So while they may have a diverse and inclusive culture, for example, if a woman has a child and goes on a flexible work arrangement to help care for that child, is she still getting this training that she needs to get to compete with everyone else in the business, right? Again, it's not hard, but you need to be present to those issues. So you may say, I have a diverse and inclusive culture, but if you're not present to the issue that if people go on a flexible work arrangement, they may not get the same opportunities to train, develop, and advance as others it's very easy for those people to fall through the gap. So to Jim's point, yes, wonderful acknowledgement of that, Jim, that yes, it's not difficult, but it does require a realization as to truly what the issue is and being present to it. And I think we have gotten better at it as a culture and society, but it's certainly far from perfect.
Great example. So, Paul, how do these issues differ from outside counsel? What are some challenges that may be unique to law firms when seeking to improve diversity practices all around? What strategies has your firm implemented to ensure that its employees from all backgrounds and experiences are fully included in firm opportunities and activities?
Thank you for the question. Wow, there is a lot there. Um, let me start with this in some of the challenges, not only in our law firm, but that I've seen in other law firms. Many law firms have a very challenging and competitive culture and environment. I'm sure many of you have heard the up or out framework of a lot of law firms. That's you keep advancing in your career or you're out. Um, Now, again, a lot of the ability to make your way up depends on the training you get. Not only the training you get, the assignments you get, right? If you're not truly in an inclusive and diverse environment, people may not be getting the same opportunities to the same, client engagements that will help them advance. So I've certainly seen it in the law firm culture. Again, I think we've gotten better at it as a society by becoming present to the issue, and making sure that the opportunities are there. Again, not perfect, but making sure the opportunities are there so that everyone has the same opportunities to learn, develop, grow as a culture and within the firm. But it is still a competitive and challenging environment. That is why I don't think this will come as a shock to many. If you polled the top 100 law firms in the United States and simply went on their web pages and looked at the partners at those law firms, the majority are going to be white males. It's just, now if you compare that to, I think, 20, 25 years ago, there's a big change, but again, it's far from perfect. We have made, it's interesting because from my perspective, I wear two hats. I wear the law firm side of it, and then I wear the unblinded coaching training side of it. The unblinded coaching training side of it is wildly diverse and inclusive. And I'm probably the minority within that organization. On the law firm side of it, it's probably the reverse. If you go on our webpage, you're going to find that most of our partners are white males. Interestingly enough, if you scroll down, most of our what I'll call our staff and our trusted advisors is what we call them, are females and minorities. And we've worked very hard to create opportunities for those people to advance to the partnership level. And we're getting almost to close to a 50-50, but we're working very hard to do that. We're actually just acquiring another law firm, which is it's a family law practice, and they're all female, which is wonderful. And actually the leader of that practice is an African-American woman who leads that practice. So that's going to, by implication, make us more diverse. But again, you have to be present to it. And if you're not only present to it, but actively addressing the issue day to day within your culture, there's not going to be a change.
And I'm just going to piggyback off of that because my colleague just spoke about the law firm culture, and I just want to add on to that as it's certainly the same within the public sector as well. This not to the exact level of up and out, but the level of advancement and the level of uh, maybe disparity unknowingly or unwittingly, but open assignments, cases that people have. And as my colleague just spoke about, a lot of it requires recognition. Recognition is step one, acknowledgement second, and then action third. Because really, we just need to sort of take action towards it. Once the recognition happens, then you might realize that that certain people have different assignments that are disparate from others, different cases, and really, how far are minorities and different ethnicities and women advancing? Advancement is the biggest key. How are minorities able to make managerial positions, or if you look around boss meetings, are they all representative of one race or ethnicity or one gender? And once you look at these top levels, these managerial positions, in order to really be diverse, again, too, they need to be inclusive. So for the inclusion, the difference between diversity and inclusion, I think.
So I want to add another thing to that, which is, I said it's really not hard to figure out. You just need to make the decision you're going to be inclusive. But having said that, and picking up on what Paul had said, sometimes the rules to the game are rigged against you. So no matter how many minorities or women we allow into the boardroom or into the C-suite, if the game is rigged against them, then they're going to have a very difficult time winning, no matter how inclusive we may want to look. So if part of winning the game is always moving up or moving out, always being the last at the office, always being the one who's willing to pick up and move to a new location at the drop of a hat, those are all rigged against women, and they're all rigged against family. So we may need to take a look at changing the rules to the game and not promoting based upon what we see as being the qualities that we think are most important in our leadership structure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I wanted to, we're all here hopefully to learn how we can work towards this inclusion. So we have a diverse crowd, in a sense, even an international group. However, I want to highlight specific to the US. Just because we have an at-will contract does not mean we have to have at-will workplaces. Right? And I pause because I feel like that needs to sink in, because that's the systemic, right? Just because we have at-will contracts does not mean we have to have at-will workplaces. And that is what we have to ask ourselves. What can I do each day? How can I bring myself into my environment as a leader, as a people leader, as this is my organization, as an individual contributor, and ensure the actions and the way I listen isn't in a at-will spirit. Statistics say that women do 20% more busy work, and when I say busy work, then men, in a sense that it's work that doesn't lead to promotional opportunity. Right? Where does that come from? Right? I can remember being in the at the table, and they're like, "Hey, Jess, take the notes." I'm like, "Dang, man, thought I was getting somewhere. I'm the secretary," right? You understand? Like this, that's what's happening, right? That's the inclusion piece. They let me show up, but I have to take the notes, right? I think I want to impart that this inclusion, it's also similar to a panel earlier on mentorship. The inclusion is about, as I advocate as a leader for inclusion, how am I addressing microaggressions? Some of us you may not know what that is. That means, I'll give a personal example. It's simple. It could be something simple, right? Maybe I'm speaking passionately. Oh, yes, you're screaming. Okay, all right. My boss is sitting right there. He doesn't have a problem with it, but you want to say something, right? That's microaggressions, or it's other things like, okay, all right, maybe I'm not at the country club, right? But that's always the conversation, like, hey, are you gonna be there on Saturday? Da, 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 right? And I'm not in that. Those little pokes that I'm not in the spaces really, right? So I'm just in the space, but I don't really have a voice, right? We have unconscious bias. You didn't mean to do it, but I'm as a female with a male boss, I'm not measured on my performance by my metrics. I'm measured by my attitude, right? These are the things, because I want to be very clear when we leave here. What can I do differently, right? It's gaslighting. And gaslighting could be an example. Every single day, as a boss, you come in and you got some feedback. Every day, you poking and prod. That's what we're talking about. Gaslighting, false narratives, right? I think Jim highlighted false narratives that you need to, work all day, every day, on weekend, check your emails. Yeah, that's not true, right? I'm gonna get my most creative moments when I breathe. Right? When I go outside and catch a little sun, that's when I'm going to be like, ooh, the light bulb's not turning on and being in a meeting. At their meeting, 90% of us probably, if I ask you, so what's your day to day like? Oh, I'm in meetings all day. I have a rule. My meetings are 25 minutes or 55 minutes. We all need to, get some coffee or take a potty break, right? And I'm a hero because of that. They're like, man, just get 5 minutes, right? But this is the real stuff. What is inclusion, right? So I had to bring up these more, sensitive pieces, microaggressions, unconscious bias, imposter treatment, right? I'm not even going to jump into it, but I'm just going to say imposter treatment. We have imposter syndrome. That's after you got beat up from all the other ones I just named. Then you feel like you don't belong there, and then you start to speak into existence and start to act that reality. That is a different issue. And we also should be advocating for how do we empower our employees to move past imposter syndrome, right? Because it's a fear, a false fear, right? And it can be changed. But I just couldn't get away with making sure, like, do you know what you can do for this thing called inclusion? Those are the things that you can work with your teams to address. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so I know, Natasha, you mentioned earlier that you're part of the public sector. How would you describe the challenges faced by public agencies in ensuring not only strong diversity, but effective inclusion for all attorneys working on the public's behalf?
That is a loaded question.
All my questions are loaded, as y'all seen.
You like giving loaded questions. I touched upon it earlier, and as did this whole panel. So I think it has gotten better, but to what Jessica just said, I cannot count the number of times where I thought I got somewhere, I got promoted, showed up only to be told, well, here's your assignment, looked at the assignment, and it's not at all like what my colleagues have. It's who are in the same exact situations as me, same amount of experience, same amount of we got promoted at the same time, but our cases are two different levels. Our assignments are all very, very different, and it has gotten better. But this unconscious bias is prevalent, which is why, again, to the sort of recognition, acknowledgement, and taking action. Um, and I think that goes for the public sector as well as the private sector. You see it in firms, you see it in the public sector, you see it with attorneys in general. And and just creating opportunities, training, and opportunities for advancement, to sort of uh, unrig the game a little bit. The odds are just completely stacked against a lot of individuals. I think the best analogy I can use is sort of, some of you may have heard this before. You have a classroom full of children, and the children are given pieces of paper and told to shoot hoops into a trash can. Well, there are students in the first row and there are students in the last row. The students in the first row, the game is rigged towards them. They're closest to the trash can, they can throw the ball into the piece of paper into the trash can. The kids in the back, they can, if they have a really good throw, they can manage it. But odds are, they're just not missing. They're just missing the target. And I like to use that analogy for companies, for organizations in general. Can we unrig that setup with the classroom so is that everybody has equal trainings, equal work, equal assignments, everybody's voices are being heard, so everybody has a great opportunity to hit the target.
And so we have a few more minutes. So the last question is for anybody in the panel that wants to answer. How can companies ensure that diversity perspectives are not only heard, but valued in decision-making processes? Is this something that can be achieved through initiatives, or does it require changing hearts and minds about the value of inclusion as a tool to improve competitiveness and performance? Yes, another loaded question, and the final loaded question. Anybody want to take a hit at this?
I'll answer that quite simply. Yes. It's all of them, right?
Great.
It's yes.
All of the above.
Yes.
I second that, Paul. It's a yes to all the above.
Thirded.
We can't, we need to train and motivate people to change minds, but we also need to legislate for the people that won't have their minds changed.
That's good.
Oh, I can just say what it's not, right? I love that. It's like, oh, just coming with it. NPS scores and surveys. That is not inclusion, right? Because often that NPS by the time you drop down your manager and drop down your department and then make your feedback, they know exactly who it is. No one's given any feedback that we can actually move substantially the needle, right? So I just want to throw that out. What it's not is the survey that you sent out that says we're good and we're making progress. It's not that.
From personal experience, when I look at company websites, and this has actually been part of my research development, and in the finance, real estate, and more serious spaces like private equity and mergers and acquisitions, the truth is we are a minority as women. So I'm like a minority of a minority. And so when you're talking about teaching the mindset, my question is, should we have to? And when I look at company websites to do research on what's going on in the organization, can I relate with them? Are they representing me, a part of my voice as a minority? The real truth is that, in keeping it real, is that it's going to take a while. We have a long ways to go, and I like what you said. I think the representation, but also the legislation side of it, the systematic side of it, but focusing on what we can do as far as all of us, like representing what we do in our businesses. And I think to conclude on what I wanted to share is that when I see in the board of directors, mainly men, no offense to the men, because I work with a lot of men, from investors to decision makers, it's time for new ideas. And it's to pique the thought that are women's ideas not good enough? So that was part of what really triggered me in a way to do research and continue to relate that with the work that I'm doing today with Ashtree Capital. It's not just a real estate investing in that ecosystem. We have a mission, we have a vision, and part of that is taking not only women, not only the minority, not only with the underserved, underbanked, and underrepresented, but it's creating tools and resources and opening those doors. And so I think we do have a long ways to go, the education, the mentoring, and really sharing voices like this. So thank you for having me. Thank you for that.
Thanks everybody for your
Fantastic.
time.
Great note to end on. Thank you, panelists, for your insightful words. Thank you, everyone. So now we are going to explore the opportunities and legal complexities of doing business in the member states that come under the Organization for the Harmonization of Business Law in Africa, or OHIDA. As we navigate through the intricate web of regulations and frameworks, it becomes evident that understanding legalities is not just a matter of compliance, but a crucial element for sustainable growth and success. Our next speaker on the for this session is on the topic of legal contours of doing business in sub-Saharan Africa. The case of OHIDA member states will allow us to explore the integral subject matter further. Please join me as we invite Barrister Ayuk Echu Agbor Ngango to the stage, who is the president of the Cameroon Union of Young Lawyers. Thank you, as he makes his way to the stage.
Hello, everyone. We're almost at the end of the day, I guess. So we all tired, and I'd like to ask everybody to probably can we just stand up and sit down for 1 second again? Just rise up so we kind of um, refresh ourselves and we've been immobile for a while. Yeah. So if we could just stretch a little bit, and then we'll go down straight into business. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So I feel very delighted to be here with you guys today. I feel especially very opportune to discuss um, legal issues related to lawyers in sub-Saharan Africa. So who we are, Cameroon Union of Young Lawyers, it's a group of um, young lawyers who've come together with over 500, more than 500 members who together we put the resources together to be able to mentor each other and to also create business opportunities and go out for new opportunities which we find out in the world. So the topic which I'm going to talk about here is I'm not going to dwell on this. I'm going to talk about a little bit everything about who we are and the purpose, advantages, and then I'll be telling you about what we seek to achieve. So this is just a presentation about OADA. Now OADA is I will share this with everybody and later by email. So OADA is an organization of business law in Africa, which applies in 17 African countries, which creates a single market, a very important single market, mostly French-speaking African countries. Why you might be wondering why French-speaking African countries? There's lots of opportunities in those countries in terms of collaboration, in terms of investments in key areas, energy, mining, agriculture, a little bit of oil and gas. Although we're moving away from oil and gas to renewable energy. So there's quite a great opportunity in that. So as I said, this is a general overview of all the rules and regulations, especially when it comes to commercial companies. So who 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 are we, Cameroon Union of Young Lawyers? I had the opportunity to meet the former president of the bar in Washington here. Uh, he's right there, and I had a chat with him, which inspired me very much. And I really really appreciate being here today. Taking that home, that meeting him and taking that home with me is very very important. By the way, I'm inviting him to come and speak to young lawyers, encourage us how to have a dimensional and international dimension of law practice. Thank you again once more, Grace. So who are we, and where are we at? Africa is today the attention of the world in terms of raw materials and in terms of uh, even in terms of sharing or providing services. We have a very raw market, Africa. The numbers are astronomical when you think about the exports and the goods and services that come to Africa, and that, I mean, the trading with Africa and the rest of the world. So we Cameroon Union of Long Lawyers, we've decided to go at the conquest of the world, to discover the world, and not just sit down like the traditional lawyers waiting for briefs or clients, but we want to build strong and reliable partnerships with firms, and be more of an entrepreneurial kind of spirit lawyer. We don't want to just sit down and say, okay, we're referring you. We want to identify the opportunities, work with the key people who are qualified and who got the necessary skill, and bring them back to the continent. And so we will be a natural reflection of whoever we're working with. So this is something we plan to do on a kind of a wide label basis. Say for example, if I partner with a lawyer in Las Vegas who specializes in tax law, for example, and you have a global client who has a global outreach and has an issue in Cameroon or one of the French or other member countries, you can reach out to us, and then because we understand the law and we understand the context in which you operate this way, we would have a seamless submission or a seamless application, or we'll be able to manage the client as if it's an extension of yourself. So in all of this, we have key areas which are now very very important, and um, which are areas which are very recurrent when you see them today. I mean, today Africa, we Cameroon, the country which we come from, we are one of the pilot countries for the African Continental Free Trade Zone implementation. Has anyone heard about the African Free Trade implementation yet, please? If anyone, just raise your hand. And has anyone got to do any business with Africa in recent times? Now, the African Free Trade, it comes a mixed blessing. It's a whole topic which we have to handle on a different day. It takes a long time. Now, we would now see things like barrier tariffs history, probably history, that'll be history. We'll never talk about that. Then we'll now see there'll be an increase in global mobility services because there'll be free trade, there'll be free movements of goods, services, and people. So that increases kind of a business, increases the market. Even for you, attorneys out here, you should consider that immigration is one of those things. We receive quite a lot of briefs from the US for multinationals who have employees going around the world. So we get to advise them in areas in different countries, French-speaking African countries. And so that's an area which we could collaborate and come up with something. Not necessarily having to do with not only having to do with the global mobility service, but we could create a niche program which we can enhance our services which we offer to our clients and have a global reach. Now, has anyone here done business in French-speaking Africa? It's a shame the hall is almost empty, but has anyone here done business? There is a daunting and very misleading impression of doing business in Africa. It's true that there's a World Bank report every year that comes up with doing business in Africa. But I'll tell you what, even the most wicked man in the world has a personal friend who he confides in. So Africa is not only about having a bad area or having the gray area, but listen, if you get the right people, you build the right network, you would have a soft landing in Africa. And that's what we, the members of the Cameroon Union of Young Lawyers, want to provide to you guys. That assurance, that certainty that if your client is investing in Africa, you're sure that there's a certain security which comes with you investing in Africa. That's who we are, Cameroon Union of Young Lawyers, and that's what we seek to achieve by coming out to conquer the world. I would say it's a long way, Cameroon, to get here. We traveled almost 2 days, and it's very encouraging to meet people like yourself, whom we have the same thinking, way of thinking. We use the same thought process to solve problems, and we're very delighted. Different panels today, discrimination, debunking the myth of discrimination, inclusive diversity, and all of that are those things which are our cornerstone as well in terms of how we want to progress. You know, so we want to be I keep stressing this point that we want to be a natural extension of you, of whichever services or whichever way you can provide, and you can trust us that we have a very broad experience and knowledge of the market. I mean, we've advised Fortune 500 companies out in the U.S. We've advised Facebook about data privacy protection within the regions. We've worked with General Electrics. We've worked with we work with the World Bank on structural processes and financing, corporate financing. And right here we have a lot of. Right here, I came with a team of lawyers who I would say are raw talents, dedicated and ready to face whatever adversity in terms of uh, providing you guys with top-notch quality legal services within our region. And if you don't mind, I think I'm not caught up by time. I would like to introduce the people whom I came here with. Mr. Bandari Panti, who is specializes in the blockchain and cryptocurrency, is right here. Mr. Onana Martial, who is a specialist in agricultural projects, is right here. We have Ms. Kwe Amugu, who specializes in data privacy protection, and we have Esther Mandeng, who specializes in energy and infrastructure. She advises clients on energy and infrastructure. We'll also have Aloysius Aloy, who specializes in telecommunications. So this is the team. We came all the way from Cameroon to tell you we are ready for business. We want to carry out, we want to have a decent and very mutually respectful relationship with the rest of the world. And you should know that there's raw talent in that part of the world. If we come up with a proper combination and put together the necessary efforts, we would build a strong, reputable team of talented young lawyers and experienced lawyers and multinational technologically advanced law firms. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I want to thank the organizers of this conference again. It's the first time, very first time, and we're looking forward to the next edition. I would have loved to have a hall which was full to the brim, but I mean, what matters to us is the people, the quality of people we've met, and the quality of people we get to speak with. And I'm sure the meeting continues tomorrow. We'll be able to speak with you guys one on one. We have a stand out there, which is called UJAC. The Cameroon, you can see it on the right, on the left side of the hall, bottom left side of the hall. So please feel free to come stop by, pick up the business cards of all the lawyers that's introduced to you, and there is definitely business, and there's business for us to do, and there's work for us to do. Um, Without saying too much, thank you very much for your kind attention, and have a good evening. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Barrister. You finished a little bit early. Well, everyone, I know you're probably tired of sitting at this point. We're going to do a little journey. We have a special keynote session that's going to be happening in the health room, which is room 305. Everyone can make their way there for the special presentation. And then at 4:50, we'll meet back here for our last awards presentation for the day. All right. See you at 4:50.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to make our way down the room for our next speaker. Yes, I know it's yes. So you're going to exit out this room and you'll go to the left, all the way down the hallway to health, and that's where we're going to have a general session for all the conferences. The good news is, if you go now, you get the best choice of seats. Yes, no problem. And then we'll see you back here for the award ceremony after. Thank you all.
La la la, ba ba ba.
Thank you.
Two, hey, 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 hey. So they're mixed up on what they're doing. Okay, so I gotta make this 5. 1, 2, hey, hey. So this one's 3. Check, 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 check. Okay.
How's the gain on that puppy? Is that 3?
It's up. It's at 12 o'clock. Hey, hey.
Yeah. So that is it. And yeah.
Okay, this is a law of chest on number 7. This is a law of test on number 7. We're doing a lavalier check in our law and finance room. Lavalier, anything right now? Can you hear me? No. There, thing is back. So the antenna thing is back on that one, and I'm catching drops. I hear the drops. I hear the drops. See? 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4 should be right, right? Because this is our big antennas. This is the shore antennas. These are the shore antennas going once, going twice, going 3 times. This is law and finance. This is a mic check in law and finance. This is a mic check in law and finance. We are here today to talk about all the laws on money and about diversity and how you should have more black women in charge. And then we're talking about reverse racism because white men feel like they need more love in the world. So, we're not getting any drops right now. I haven't heard one yet. So we feel pretty good about 4. Okay, so I'm going to use 4 as a law. check, 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 check. This is a mic check. 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Check, 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 check. Hello. This is a check for the awards. Law and finance, finance and law. We're right here. This is a recognition. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey. Testing, testing for outages. 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, I don't like that. Check, 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 check. This is a mic check for recognition in law and finance. 1, 2. Hey, hey, checking for outages. 1, 2. This is a check, check for recognition for law and finance. Check, check. If you're here for the awards in law and finance, you are in the right place. Check, check. Hey, hey. This is a simple mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2.